Now it started to record. Here just briefly the first part of the program. So the webinar, we are having 3 keynote speakers here. Alf Norkko from Finland, Urmas Lips from Estonia, and Anders Mannesten from Sweden. And then we have showcases of the Rotarians active in the field of water protection and working for the Baltic Sea from Poland, Sweden, Finland, another from Sweden and Germany. And then in the end, at that point, I might have been left already, and then I will hand over to Pentti back, ESRAG, the European Rotarian movement for environment. So with this, I would like to ask our first speaker on the floor. So he's Alf Norkko. He's professor both in Helsinki University and a guest professor in Stockholm University Baltic Sea Center. And he's the leader of the Ecosystems and Environment Research Program. Alf, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Excellent. Well, I'll start sharing my screen and see if we can get that to work. There, can you see my screen?
Yes, sure, works fine.
Okay, perfect. So first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to come and talk to you. And I want to start by thanking you for your engagement to kind of protect the Baltic. We all know that the Baltic has been in dire straits for a long time, and this means that if we want to actually have a better future for the Baltic Sea ecosystem, it actually does require very extensive collaboration to be able to do that. So thank you for that, and thanks for your engagement. It's really important. And this is, of course, the cooperation across different sectors and of society is equally true within science. So that when we think about the Baltic and how we're going to address the problems, we're actually now kind of facing a Baltic Sea that is changing exceptionally fast, and both in terms of the biodiversity and its status of biodiversity status, and in terms of climate. And I think it had probably everybody is aware of the IPCC's work, where there's been reports coming out that talk about how our global oceans are changing. Of course, we're seeing very rapid changes in the polar areas. But accompanying these changes in the physical world and in terms of temperature and etc., we of course have a very fast change going also on in terms of biodiversity, and this is something that these are kind of interlinked kind of problems that we as society and humanity is facing, and so. It is actually quite nice that this year the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development actually started. So also you Rotarians are spot on in terms of actually addressing these issues of the Baltic and our oceans right now. So of course there are multiple sustainable development goals that have been identified, and the oceans are really at the heart of so much of the changes that are going on at the moment. Now, I'm sure you all know, but I'll repeat it anyway, but the Baltic is a very sensitive coastal sea. It's very shallow. It has very restricted water exchange through the Danish Straits. And if we think about the large catchment and 90 million people living in the catchment, we understand that if the water takes about 35 years to exchange in the Baltic, this means that all the pressures we're putting on in terms of, for example, nutrient or contaminant loading into the Baltic Sea actually takes a long time to flush out. So it is a bit like a badly flushing toilet. We all understand that we have problems with those. So, but anyway, we do have, because of the limited kind of marine water intrusions into the Baltic, we of course have a brackish water environment. And this means that if we think about the marine species that we have out at the Skagerrak area or out of the North Sea, where we might have about 1,500 species of marine species, as soon as we get in through the Danish Straits, salinity goes down, and the number of species we have goes down. And this means that when we come up to the northern Baltic, to Finland, for example, or the Stockholm area, we only have about 50 marine species left. So it becomes evident that the biodiversity is quite special, and it's reduced to start with. And we, of course, then have freshwater species that come into play. But we have a special system. This does not mean, when we think about the Baltic, we often think about all the problems. And this is a very recent picture that's taken at the Hanko Peninsula, where I work, at the Tvärminne Marine Lab. And if you pick your moment and go and dive under the surface, there's actually exceptionally beautiful underwater environments like this. And it's also colorful. We tend to not really think about the fact that the Baltic Sea is a colorful and quite beautiful place. And we have these underwater landscapes that are exceptionally important. And the species that we have here are species like these seagrass beds and bladderwrack, etc. They're exceptionally important in maintaining biodiversity. And for example, they serve as nursery grounds for a lot of fish species, etc. So this is something that a healthy Baltic is something that we all can enjoy in so many different ways. But of course, we know that due to the reasons I talked about before, with limited water exchange and lots of people in the catchment, we also have massive problems. And of course, we have multiple different types of pressures that are affecting the Baltic. But by far the most severe one is eutrophication. So we've been pumping in, or nutrients have been running off from land into the Baltic Sea for a long time. And a lot of people that actually move in the archipelago or at open sea during summer have been used to seeing these algal blooms. And of course, these algal blooms are creating problems for the ecology of the sea. If we then look under the surface and look at these bladderwrack communities that we know are exceptionally important, they're of course pressured by this, in this case, filamentous algae. And when this filamentous algae rots, we can see these white areas in the forefront of the picture. Those are bacterial mats. And so all this production, primary production of algal blooms and these types of algae, when they degrade and they actually consume oxygen. And this is an animation from my colleagues in Stockholm, where they've actually recreated. I will run this again and I will talk you through it, but they've done an animation of the development of oxygen deficiency in the Baltic because of eutrophication. And I'll run it again, but I'll tell you that the blue values that we see, so 3 or 4, they're actually quite good oxygen conditions where fish can still manage. But when you go down to the yellow or red or black, it is basically conditions of low oxygen when higher marine life can't survive. So I'll run it again, and this runs from the early 1900s till today. And you can see that in the 1960s, things started happening. So basically today we have an area that is an ecological desert that corresponds to about 1.5 times the size of Denmark, which is oxygen deficient. And this is due to eutrophication affecting the system. Now, this is of course a bit depressing. but of course, society has been very busy in terms of addressing these problems. They were identified quite early. And if we think about this is graphs from the Helsinki Commission, from HELCOM, where we can see the amount of nitrogen and phosphorus running into the Baltic Sea. And we can see the increase in the 60s when basically following the war and new technology, agriculture really got effective. And so we saw an increase in nitrogen runoff from land. The same was true for phosphorus, but we can also see that the trend following the 1980 approximately has been in the right direction. And I think we should remember that the Baltic Sea and the protection of the Baltic Sea is really at the forefront globally in terms of how we together in a collaborative way, working through the Helsinki Commission as a kind of a coordinating authority or body, government body, we've really managed to kind of address a lot of the problems. So it's not all dark. It's just that basically that the efforts take time before they show, but we have been on the right track, and so we've done exceptionally valuable work in society. But then, of course, we have other issues coming into the picture, and that's so just when we were starting to address the eutrophication problem quite well, climate change basically got into the picture. And if we think globally about what's happening, we can see this is a graph that summarizes heat in our global oceans. And basically, since 1990, we've doubled the amount of heat in our global oceans. And both in the surface and at depth, our oceans have basically been buffering the anthropogenic aspects of climate change. So more than 90% of all the heat associated with climate change has been buffered in our oceans. So this really highlights why our oceans are important, because they really have saved us from basically being cooked on land. And of course, you know, there's only so much our oceans can take. If we then go back to the Baltic, for example, at Tvärmine, where we've been working, I mean, Tvärmine is turning 120 years old next year. And since 1926, with the exception for the war, people have gone out every 10 days and measured temperature in a nearby sea area. And we're actually seeing a warming of our ecosystem, our coastal ecosystems, that is much more faster than our global oceans. And since 1990, we've seen an over 2-degree increase in temperature, an average increase. And because of the legacy of eutrophication, where we have so much organic matter that is carbon that has kind of accumulated in our coastal seas, we actually see spreading hypoxia, so spreading low oxygen conditions, and we see anaerobic kind of respiration, which means that we have methane production in coastal seas. And this is something that we've just now started to work with. And what we can see when we start measuring is that the areas in our archipelago that have been eutrophied are actually net sources of methane. So they become carbon sources that are feeding back into the atmosphere. But it's not only about the average temperature change. We have a PhD student, Norman Goebeler from Germany, who's working with us at Tvärmine, and he's been collating data, and he has also been using some new sensors that we have to actually collate what's been happening. And we can go in and define a long-term, basically climatology over a 30-year time period, which he has done. And then he's gone in and actually looked at how warm the sea has been. And what we found, or what he found last year, was that 75% of the time in 2020 actually could be defined as a marine heat wave. So it's not only on land that we have heat waves and too sticky conditions, but actually also in our seas. And so throughout the year, also in winter, we had periods when it was way too warm and much warmer than normal. So we're coming into what we could define as a new normal. And this is, of course, has consequences. So if we think about the biodiversity that we know is really important, also in terms of ecosystem services, these types of environments that are quite shallow and quite pretty, they have, of course, get hit. So when we have these heat waves, it's a bit like being a corona-sensitive patient. You know, the Baltic Sea is a bit like a corona-sensitive patient in the sense that we've had all these problems for a long time. And now the system is having fever that is actually quite severe. And so we are starting to increasingly see these massive die-offs of blue mussels, like in this picture, or seagrass beds, etc. And so then it's not so important about the average changes in temperature, but the heat waves that really can have this create this fever in the system. And of course, what happens here is that this will off-gas all that carbon that has been bound into the marine ecosystem is then being released and respired. It's not only about temperature, it's also about salinity. So what we're seeing now is that salinity is predicted to decrease, and we're actually seeing this in the Gulf of Finland, and we're seeing gradual decreases in salinity over time. This means that these types of environments, like the fucus habitats, so the bladderwrack, they can't tolerate too low salinity because they're marine. And when salinity drops too low, beyond a threshold, then we lose them. So the iconic Baltic species are at risk. Another example is the blue mussel that is really at the limits of its distribution in the Gulf of Finland. And if salinity goes too low, so below 5, then they really have a challenge maintaining their populations. And we might think, well, why should we care? Why does it matter? Well, these are exceptionally important species in terms of actually filtering the seawater and kind of being cleaning the water. But they're, of course, also really important for many other species like eider ducks. So if we lose the blue mussels, we lose the eider ducks. And so we're kind of facing now quite broad-scale changes that are kind of accelerating because of climate change. We also know that these species of the different sorts are really important in terms of binding carbon. So, for example, there's increasing talk about blue carbon habitats, and a typical blue carbon habitat is, for example, these eelgrass beds that we see here. They've been found to be exceptionally effective at binding carbon, way more effective than our forests, for example. And so we know that if we can have a healthy ecosystem with good biodiversity, including these eelgrass beds and other places, we might have a carbon sink rather than a carbon source. So I'm getting towards the end here, but if I summarize a little bit, eutrophication that has been plaguing our ecosystem for a long time is now being also exacerbated by climate change. So things are getting worse because of accelerating climate change. And this, of course, is affecting biodiversity. Now, the reason for this is, of course, that we've been building our wealth in society at the expense of nature. And this has been undermining our own sustainability because we've been using the natural capital and too effectively, basically. It's really clear that coastal areas are really, really vulnerable because that's where a lot of the biodiversity is. What becomes exceptionally important in the future is that we really think about how we can protect the biodiversity of the Baltic Sea, because when we have these global changes going on, like climate change, it really makes it important that we think even more about the local and regional pressures that are affecting the Baltic, because those are things we can do something about. Whereas of course, we're all working to mitigate global climate change, but it kind of makes it even more important that we do what we can to reduce the pressures locally and regionally. So we need strong action and, for example, more marine protected areas. And we need to restore carbon-rich ecosystems, because that builds resilience. But importantly, from a science perspective, what we really need to do is to understand more about biodiversity and climate feedbacks. This is really essential if we want to be able to inform society on how to manage ecosystems. And this is where I want to kind of summarize and wrap up. That we do need collaboration. And in our instance, I'm working both in Stockholm and at University of Helsinki, and we have this collaborative framework that we call Baltic Bridge. And this is really about collaborating to understand what's going on so that we can protect it better. And so we're kind of joining complementary expertise to be able to take on really complex questions and understand the rapid changes we are seeing. And actually, right now, in September, we've been setting up a new center for coastal ecosystem and climate change research. And this is something where we want to understand how either healthy or degraded ecosystems might serve as either carbon sinks or sources. But basically what we're doing is that we're creating this observatory for linking biodiversity, its drivers, and atmospheric feedbacks. Now, this is not anything a marine ecologist can do on his own, like me. We need to work very broadly, and that's why we worked not only together with the marine scientists at Stockholm University and further afield, but we're also now including atmospheric sciences so that we can understand how changes in biodiversity of the marine ecosystem might actually be influencing climatic feedbacks. And so today, we still don't know whether the Baltic Sea is a carbon sink or a source, really. So with that, I want to thank you. I'm sorry if I went over time a little bit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alf. Really wide scope when going from the climate change globally to specific like mussel beds and peculiarities that we are having here in the Baltic Sea. There was actually in the chat already 1 or 2 questions. May I ask the persons to raise hand? Or actually, you don't have to raise hand, but if you don't know, it's down under reactions button, and please just ask Alf directly, so we can have these 2 questions.
Yes, please. May I?
Yes.
I'm from Poland, and we have 1,900 water treatment plants. 824 of them are run by institutions, or by governments and local governments. However, they only deal with runoff from the cities mostly, or from towns, and we've got a lot of towns in Poland. Can you list or suggest the best ways that you can restrict the runoff from farming lands? Can you build water treatment plants at the delta part of rivers? That's pretty difficult. But what are possible solutions?
Yeah, it's a good and very pertinent question. The success that the Helsinki Commission, or that we collectively have had, is that we've been able to reduce the point source pollution, and that's where the biggest kind of gains have been made. And the diffusive runoff continues to be the largest problem to address. And of course, what is required, one of the problems with the EU and how the EU has been kind of supporting sustainability or kind of protecting the ways for farmers, for example, to protect the environment have not necessarily been directed to where they should have been directed, and we continue to be plagued with the problem. So that basically we have to completely transform the agriculture and for example other food industries as we see them now, and of course there are multiple ways depending on the situation, but there's much more talk about regenerative farming, for example, of where to kind of prevent both nutrients and carbon to run off from land into the water bodies. There are ways of protecting the most immediate proximity of all the smaller waterways so that the runoff is kind of less. And I know that there are major efforts on the go to, I mean, there are of course lots of potential mitigation efforts, and I'm not an expert on all these mitigation efforts, but it's really, really important to address the diffusive pollution. Because unless we can do that, because of the additional problems with climate accelerating, it will become even more important to address the local and regional problems like the diffusive runoff.
I think this should be one of the main goals of Basran for the next couple of years, to raise farming community awareness about alternatives, improvements, how to limit the runoff, because we are just not conscious of it in our local communities, especially in the farming community. So thank you very much. I hope to be in touch with you about this in the future. Thank you.
And of course, I would like to point out that we often point fingers at the farmers, and it's of course in many instances it's not the farmers. We do want to have locally produced food, and it's more about for society and governments to support sustainable farming, and I think this is the point, including networks like you have, which is really valuable.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question, Mark. And then there's another one in the chat by Kaisu. Could you please ask it aloud?
Hi. Maybe I allow this one shortly. Okay. Hi. I was just wondering that did I hear correctly that that you said that the vegetation at the sea bottom, so that would be even more important as a carbon sink than forests, or did I get something totally wrong?
No, you got it absolutely right. So if we compare it to per efficiency per square meter or square kilometer,
yes,
some of these environments on the seafloor are, I think it's up to tens of times more efficient than forests in terms of serving as carbon sinks, but they're really not well explored. But globally, we are talking about these types of environments that we call the blue carbon environments, and these are examples of them include not only seagrass beds, but then also mangrove forests that are kind of these
sure
areas and etc. that are exceptionally important. And so they've been proposed as these powerhouses of climate change mitigation. And of course, the whole idea is that by understanding the role of these environments, they provide, of course, an incentive to protect them, which because they could be such important carbon sinks. But at the same time, if we can protect these environments, we also protect biodiversity, which is providing the ecosystem services that are essential for human sustainability, of course.
Thank you. This is really important and totally new to me. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And then there's a hand up by Frank, but I think we should just have to move on. But you can put your comment or question to the chat, and maybe it can be responded afterwards if that's okay.
Sure.
So please, apologies for that. Because our next speaker will be Urmas Lips, who is professor at the Tallinn University of Technology, Institute of Marine Systems. But besides being a renowned scientist, he has also served as HELCOM Vice Chair during the Estonia presidency 2014 to 16. and has chaired some Baltic Operational Oceanographic System BOOS, and he knows a lot about this trilateral cooperation in the Gulf of Finland. So please, the floor is yours, Urmas.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to give a short presentation about the trilateral cooperation in the Gulf of Finland. I will actually highlight quite similar problems as Alf already presented, but the focus is in the cooperation in the Gulf of Finland area. And this is trilateral because we share the Gulf with Finland, Russia, and Estonia. And the historical background, I think the cooperation between two or three countries here has a very long history. And since I am coming from physical oceanography, I just give one example here. That was between the First and the Second World War. There were light ships in the Gulf of Finland, and the people at the light ships measured the sea currents every day. And then you know that to understand the circulation scheme in the Gulf of Finland, you should measure in different places and in coastal areas of all countries. And this is an example how Finnish scientist Palmen derived from those measurements the circulation scheme in the Gulf of Finland. And nowadays models, they actually say that this is right, that in the northern part, in the northern Gulf, mostly the surface water is flowing towards the open Baltic, and in the southern part towards the eastern Gulf of Finland. Of course, the circulation patterns are very complicated. But in the upper figure, I also show a track, this yellow one, from Keri Island in Estonia towards east and then towards Finland. And it's interesting that we have lost 2 times our devices in the area of Keri Island, and then after 10 months they appeared in Kotka area. And our Finnish, once a fisherman and the other time a pilot, they found these devices there. It means that this knowledge from about 100 years ago is still valid, that the currents are moving these parcels, what you lose in the water or what appear in the water in that direction. Then, of course, the trilateral cooperation is not just trilateral cooperation. That I would say the most important tool is the Helsinki Convention and HELCOM itself. That we have this convention since 1974, the new version since 1992, and what this Helsinki Commission doing, or the countries, the contracting parties, that in 2007 we adopted a Baltic Sea Action Plan, how to improve the status of the Baltic Sea. And now in October this year, it's very soon, 20th of October, there will be the update of the Baltic Sea Action Plan, and it will be signed at the ministerial meeting in Lübeck. And what HELCOM is doing, and where we also, 3 countries are participating, that we are doing these regular assessments, that we have joint monitoring program and we do the assessments, that what is the status. And this is very good to know that when we agreed to reduce the nutrient loads to the Baltic Sea, then the most successful area in that sense has been the Gulf of Finland. You see, we have reduced the nitrogen load about 24% if comparing to the loads 20 years ago, and for phosphorus more than half. And this is, of course, mostly not, I would say, the highest contribution here is from Russia, because they, again, based on the cooperation between the countries, they built sewage treatment plants in St. Petersburg. And this is very nice news. But as we see in the status assessment, as also Alf pointed out, the status is still not improving fast. And I just have this blue line around the Gulf of Finland, and these are different indicators how we measure what is the eutrophication status, and the arrows, they show whether it's getting better or worse. And you see all in the Gulf of Finland, those all indicators show still that the status is not good. They are red, and even they do not show that the situation is improving. And this is something alarming that we have to take into account. And also that not only eutrophication, but also when we look at hazardous substances, then again, if we take the Gulf of Finland, we can say that if we, for example, take lead or mercury or polyprominated diphenyl ethers, which are, for example, in flame retardants used at the moment, then you see that the status or their concentrations in the environment are still too high. Of course, we have had success with the many hazardous substances that have been banned, and they are also, their concentrations are decreased, have been decreased in the environment, but you see something is still there and we have to work with that. And what about the trilateral cooperation in the Gulf of Finland? Again, this has very, very long history, and I would say that since late 80s, early 90s, this cooperation in the Gulf of Finland has been very intensive. And again, a very good example here is that late 80s, Matti Kahru from Estonia and Juha-Markku Leppänen from Finland, they started this kind of cooperation. We call it Algaline, that we put our sensors on commercial vessels and we measure different parameters, and it's not needed that our research vessel is at sea, but we use, for that time it was Silja, now it's Silja Tallink, and we have many lines crossing the Baltic at the moment. Started in the Gulf of Finland, and also that many papers have been published. For that time, the hot topic was cyanobacteria blooms, and also we had these common papers published and common knowledge about that. But the topics are changing, but this cooperation, providing these data sets is very important. And then we have had already 2 Gulf of Finland years. The first one was in '96, when we produced many review papers on different topics, status assessments, and we also formulated research needs. And the second Gulf of Finland year was in 2014. And for that already, we did understand that to improve the situation, we have to spread the knowledge also to the public, and we had quite a lot of educational events and also the seminars, and we tried to involve the public to show what is the status and what we can do to improve it. And as a result of the Gulf of Finland in 2014, such policy briefs have been published. For example, about the eutrophication in the Gulf of Finland, we state here that the load is decreasing, but since we have these internal reserves of nutrients, then if we have a strong stratification, then oxygen in the near bottom layer is decreased due to settling organic material and its irradiation, and the phosphorus is released from the sediments. And this is why, although we have decreased the load a lot, especially for phosphorus, still the phosphorus concentrations in the Gulf of Finland are high. And afterwards, we have analyzed that at the moment, the situation is so that the stratification is strong and it prevents this oxygen flux to the deeper layers, and we have this high concentration of phosphorus in the surface layer. And also about hazardous substances, that we have decreased the load, but since we have in the environment and especially in the sediments, if we move the sediments, we always again cause some input of hazardous substances to the water layers. And for example, these kind of anti-fouling paints that include tributyl tin that they are banned already for a long time, but we still have their concentrations high. This is an example of studies from the recent years, and you see these dots, these red ones, they show that the concentration in the sediments are higher, more than 10 times higher than we think should be, and especially along the shipping lanes. It means that still the old vessels, they contain these kind of paints, and the residuals are in the sediments, and they impact the environment. But also the trilateral cooperation resulted in declaration, and it's very good that it's not just scientists, but we also the politicians or those from the ministries, from the authorities, they were involved and they signed this declaration, and we have the program what to do on different topics, and we have had several workshops or seminars after that. They were quite regular, but we actually missed one last year due to COVID, but I hope that soon we will have a new one, and we have to update this scientific research plan. And also we have initiated quite a lot of new projects, and as Lotta said, I'm very much interested in autonomous measurements, or this kind of operational measurements, and both in Estonia and Finland we have several systems that are working all the time in the Gulf of Finland measuring, and we now try to propose or to suggest or to provide some services to the public that they can find what is the situation, and we could be very fast delivering the news about the cyanobacterial blooms, about the oxygen conditions, and so on and so on. But also the one thing which is very important, I said that during the Gulf of Finland in 2014, we tried to involve also the general public into this. And now we think even more that these kind of public networks or citizens, they can actually not just taking that knowledge and changing their behavior, but they also could help in measuring, observing the situation. And this is one example where we spread this kind of small Secchi discs that are used to measure water clarity. And here we created this database, and all people who were at sea, they just went out and measured and reported to the website the water clarity. And this helped us to get more and more data, much more data from different places. Okay, and I would say that this trilateral cooperation is a success story, and it is going on. And what is behind? This was the question that Lotta asked me. I tried to put some answers here. First, I think this is long tradition of cooperation, and also that we know now that what are the problems, and we know that the status is still not good, and this is one thing that motivates us to cooperate. And we know the pressures on the marine environment, and this knowledge what we have obtained, this is a result of trilateral cooperation, and also that more interested parties and organizations and even general public, they are more informed and they are more involved. That they know now that the understanding is that the improvement could be achieved only if all countries contribute, and not just countries, but also people and organizations. They have recognized that they also play a role, and they could change their behavior, and they even could help us to collect data. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Urmas. This was very interesting to hear how intensive the cooperation between the three countries has been around the Gulf of Finland, and then around even further away. So are there questions to Urmas? Yes, Mark, I see your hand.
I am curious how much cooperation you've had from the southern neighbors of the Baltic Sea. Poland and Germany they don't appear in your data points, I'm wondering if we should be focusing more on that, because there is huge amounts of pollution generated by the millions of people who live on the south side of the Baltic. And I would very much like Basran to encourage more interaction between our organizations. I know the people in Poland have a lot of research institutions, but I don't know how much we connect with HELCOM, for example. This is very important for everybody to join in. How do you see this?
Yes, in HELCOM, because I was asked to talk about trilateral cooperation in the Gulf of Finland, I focused on that. But in the HELCOM, we are cooperating quite a lot. And actually, me personally, I have very good connections to Germany and Poland. And those experts who are working in HELCOM, we will have a HELCOM working group meeting next week. And we are discussing quite a lot of these questions there. And also in that project I showed you, Jericho, there are also that Germany is participating, and we have had quite a lot of measurements and scientific cooperation with the Institute of Oceanography in Sopot in Poland.
Yes,
Especially, for example, on carbon system and acidification, that also Alf showed that this is a topic that we do.
Thank you very much. I would like, if possible, to perhaps be an observer at one of those meetings, because I think the cooperation has to start at many levels. It's not just scientists working with each other. We have to make the public aware and the government aware of what's possible. And we can only do this if people get involved at many levels. So I'd be very glad if you could invite me as an observer to one of your meetings.
Yes, it was.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Urmas and Mark. And actually, I can add a bit, because at the moment I'm working at the HELCOM Secretariat, that HELCOM has over, besides the contracting parties, which are the 9 countries around the Baltic Sea and also the EU, there's over 50 observing organizations who are from interest organizations to environmental NGOs and so on. So there is a possibility also for some Rotarian regional organization maybe to apply for that official observer status as well. But there's another question from Päivi. Please, Päivi.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I have been in charge of environmental issues in the city of Helsinki, and we have had cooperation. We have been active when it comes to alkaline research. And I would like to ask, you mentioned about the possibility or the fact that ferry box systems are available to be installed on small vessels also. So I would very much like to know a little bit more about that. Are they already, do some smaller vessels already have those ferry box systems, or is that an option, what you mentioned?
Yes, this is an option, and this also is, they have been installed on yachts already in the ocean, but not so much in the Baltic. I don't know in the Baltic. And in principle, this is just, we need some funding to fund, or then the ship owners that they are willing to use them. But in principle, it's possible, and they are used, but not in the Baltic yet.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, then Kaisu, and that will be the last one before we go on.
This is just a question, or comment. So if there is Silja who has those measurement systems for the water quality, so just to remind that there are ships going up to Kemi every now and then or regularly, and they could also have something like that if there is a need.
Yeah. We have one vessel, at least one ferry already in the Botnian Bay as well.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Urmas, for the presentation and for the good questions raised. And then we will go on, and from science to a bit more civil society side, And we hear from Anders Mannesten about Briggen 3 Kronor, which is one of the key non-governmental organizations in Sweden working for the Baltic Sea. And Anders is CEO there. So Anders, please, the floor is yours. We can't hear you.
We try again. Better now? Yes, thank you. I just started with many thanks for this opportunity to share our thoughts on sustainability from really a communication platform that we now have started up that called Expedition Baltic Sea. And we started this platform really to 2020 and started to work now in 21. So it's a fresh start, but we have the Briggen 3 Kronor in the bottom that have worked for over 12 years now with this kind of issues. And this presentation is then from an other perspective than those we heard. It's more about how to go from knowledge and facts to insight, really. And we aim at the general public. And I would try to guide you through some slides here, how we think and work and where we want to go with this information. And we are not scientists. We then work with close collaboration with the Baltic Sea Center at Stockholm University to help us with the knowledge. And I can see that from Al's presentation, I have figures that comes directly from him there. But I would like to start in a global perspective. Many people today feel resigned to the challenge we face now, really. And you see deterioration in your local vicinities and hear about how different climate goals on a planet scale are not being met. And the news constantly feed us about catastrophes with headlines like drought, floods, and hurricanes. So it's really easy to look the other way. And you feel that what I do seems worthless in the big picture. And indeed, we are pushing the planet's boundaries, but we're also slowly beginning to understand how it's wired, as we heard in the previous presentations. And if so, we can actually do something about it. And that gives me hope. I think that everyone can make a difference.
Anders, your mic.
Sorry, I was wondering, I couldn't change slides from my computer. It's centrally governed. Oh, thank you. As I said, I think everyone can make a difference, especially the individual who have involved themselves in organizations. The importance of collaboration between people, organizations, companies, universities cannot be underestimated. And one shining example is Rotary and this forum, Basran. And it's my conviction that we must reach out to the common people, partly in order to put upward pressure on politicians, but also to bring about lasting behavioral changes fast in everyday life. And as speakers before me have concluded, if we combine resources, we can really make a difference. Next picture, please. First, I must pay tribute to all organizations around the world that makes their daily work against conventions, habits, and political systems that makes our work possible. And if we can get one human being to understand the consequences of their behavior to their environment, we'll not only have a good conscious citizen, we get an ambassador in the service of the environment, and she will most certainly influence family, friends, and workmates. And in the bottom sense, everybody want to do the right choice. And if so, changes can take place and seemingly impossible structures can change. Next slide, please. Let me remind you of one classic example of changing in a very short time. The ozone layer. Scientists early understood the danger and what was at stake. Freons in refrigerators, aerosols in spray cans, etc. Production lines had to be changed fast. NGOs picked up the message and got a response at all levels in society, and change came about. A completely different example, next slide please, is the present, there it is the present COVID pandemic. From eruption to vaccine in 12 months, thanks to technologies, global collaborations, of course, but at the same time, an almost unanimous population changed their social behavior, their working habits to mitigate the spread. And now we can say it worked. We can change even in the short perspective. But knowledge isn't always enough. You need to gain insight to really change. Next slide, please. Alf already talked about the premises we work with in the sea, and I have a couple of slides that is almost identical. But we live on a blue planet. Plankton produces more oxygen than trees do, as we already mentioned. And 50 to 80% of the oxygen we breathe is produced by the sea. And it's a carbon sink too. We heard, I had a figure of 23% of the annual CO2 emission stays in the oceans and mitigate the impact of the warmth. And I've told us about the, or was it a 90% buffer, if you see from the 60s and forward. 94% of the species live in the ocean, and over 3 billion people is directly depended on coastal biodiversity and for their protein. Next slide, please. So collaboration, research, and transparency are key factors in reversing the planet's vulnerable situation. And our role is to find ways to spread this knowledge and in an adaptable way and in an easy way to understand. As I wrote, Rotary's involvement in the Baltic Sea is very welcome and an example of where we can reach out much further and in more efficient ways if we work across all borders. Then we really can make some lasting changes, and we must bring both hope and determination in our mission. Another example closer to home for me, next slide please, is that not many people thought it possible to build a wooden ship after a 19th century model when we began work at Skeppsholmen in Stockholm in the early 90s. Yes, and that pile of wood you see behind the gentlemen there are the first day of work, I would always say, when the first timber delivery came. And it was not many that really believed in us then. Next slide. But they managed to build much more than this beautiful 350-ton sailing ship. The commitment and insight led to a platform for the Baltic Sea environment. Next slide, please. And Her Majesty Crown Princess Victoria became the ship's godmother and are committed to the Baltic Sea work that we perform. And our annual seminar, Sustainable Seas, which we have built together with top scientists from the Stockholm University, was broadcasted for 7 years in a row by national television in Sweden. Next slide, please. But our main objective has always been the general public. the man on the dock. How can we help them to understand what it is at stake? We have developed brigand sailings for cities and collaborated with municipalities along the coast. We built exhibition wagons that we towed schools with, and also brought together commercial companies in our work to gain insight to the citizens all around the Baltic Sea. And what you see now is an exhibition trailer we towed with back in 2018. And of course, we sail. Tre Kronor sails to 5 or 6 countries, 20 to 25 cities in the region every year, and has done so since her maiden trip in 2008. And we have been quite successful in our way to reach out to the citizens. And how could we do that? I would say, I partly have already said that in the intro. We have had a very good collaboration with Stockholm's University and Baltic Sea Center. And our main method had been clear from the start, really. We seldom discuss what toxin is the worst, or what industries is the worst polluters and so on. We went the other way around. After coaching from our friends at the Baltic Sea, of course, and explain what is so special by our inland sea, and help the listener to draw their own conclusions. Next slide, please. And this slide is just another one of what Alf already explained so well, what the limitation of the Baltic Sea is. I think Alf called it a badly flushed toilet. And this is really what it's all about. It's to paint the picture so you can understand what's at stake. And facts doesn't automatically lead to insight, as you know. Some grasp this quickly and take it to a heart, but with many others, you have to seek those examples like the flushing the toilet. I often compare it with the Black Sea, which has approximately the same size, but an average depth from 1,200 meters, not 55, as Baltic Sea has. And the contrast is striking. And you slowly understand that what we put in this inland sea stays a long time and not in a great volume of water. And the water the overfishing, for taking another example. Please, next slide. It's a wonderful one, yeah. We all remember the collapse of the cod outside the Labrador coast at the Grand Banks. It had been the best water for cod for 500 years. And here's an enormous cod back in the day. And due to overfishing and trawling in mating areas, just to get more fish aboard, not only crashing the cod population, the whole economy along the coast collapsed. Property prices went down, business had to close, people had to move. And now, after more than 25 years, the cod habitat is not back. We see recovery, but it's a long way from the 90s numbers. And here at the Baltic Sea, we have the herring and the big discussion going on now. And after giving examples like this, the discussion on the dock often connects to local problems. And if not insight, we have gained the engagement and perhaps some frustration, which is pretty good that too. And this is what keeps us going. Next slide, please. We will continue to work as long as it takes. A couple of years back, we also included culture to our message to get the message through in a more positive manner. Now we feel the concept Save the Baltic Seas with events in ports, and have developed a concept we call Baltic Sea Days In and the local mythology. And we combine the lectures, artists, and sailing And I think that we must continue to develop our way of thinking and never give up. I think that goes for Rotary too. If you are content in your business, you slowly fade off. And that we cannot let happen with the environment around us. We have had a fantastic journey in all aspects, but we're not done. After, can we say, 2 terrible years with COVID, it's time to develop our methods, find new partners that will help us in the expedition. And today we are very proud and happy that an organization like Rotary has recognized our work. And we need all the help and effort we can get in our mission for the Baltic Sea. And we are beginning to look for 2022 now. And after the COVID pandemic, we really want to get out on the sea and on the roads. Next slide, please. And had been a fantastic start on this first 6 months of the expedition. And here are some highlights that we already decided on. Building a new trailer-based exhibition, our high-end seminar after a past 2 years, together with Stockholm's University coming up to the spring. The sailing season will be fantastic, I think, now after those years. Baltic Sea and Värmdö, we had the first in September this year, and we already have other municipalities want to go in with us. And in June, our fantastic artists with Tina Eileen in front are going to sail the Skärgårdsturnén again. And we start up in Åland, preliminary, and go down to the Stockholm archipelago. And of course, Almedalen, where we were 10 years in a row and in earlier days. And in August, we have a collaboration with the One Water Race, Arholma Landsort swim run competition, with a massive focus on the status of the sea. And many more projects with the young people in training and education, both on board and on land. So I'm looking for help. So please join us to develop the plans, not especially perhaps on the international scale. This is very much Sweden, perhaps Finland a bit, but we need to get out, and we think that Rotary can be a very, very good way to reach out. Next slide, please. I often get the question of what would you recommend? Give me some what could you say to advise someone who wants to learn more but haven't any knowledge? And I used to say these 3 things. And you have moved your hand a couple of inches perhaps and choose products that are sustainable label. They're not 100%, none of them I think, but at least someone had really given them a sustainable thought to begin with. And then seek knowledge, of course, and start in an area that you're already familiar with and develop from there, because many of these systems are very complex. And third, but not last, involve yourself in organization, because together we are much stronger. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, Anders, for this very inspiring presentation on how you have been working within Expedition Baltic Sea. There's one question in the chat, but first I ask Kaisu if that's an old hand or new.
Sorry?
Kaisu has hand up, but I'm not sure if it's
Sorry, old hand.
Okay.
Okay, then there's a question in the chat from Mark. Could you just ask it aloud, please?
I am curious whether you are planning to come with the Trek Runner to any of the Polish ports within the next 12 months.
Definitely.
Oh, good.
Yeah, we are planning our international sales right now. and looking for harbors.
Great.
We have been in Polish harbors before, yes, many times.
Could you let us know when the next one is planned so I can invite some Rotarians? This is a very interactive activity, and I think it inspires people to be more involved.
Yeah, we'll probably be there in late summer or early autumn.
Great.
As the plan is today.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Maybe that's a good advice to all of you if you're interested to see the vessel on your hometown's port. So please then just contact Anders, right?
Yes. Right.
And we will have a very international cruising season maybe this year.
I hope so.
Okay, any other questions to Anders? If not, then we can move forward from these three keynote speakers to showcases from around the Baltic Sea with examples how Rotarians and Rotary organizations have been taking active role for saving the Baltic Sea and the nearby waters. And it will be studied by Mark C. Kroczynski from Poland. Please, Mark.
Thank you very much. That's great. Hanel, some of this will be fairly quickly because there's a lot of information here. This is the title of the initiative for Rotarians and for Basran. Next slide, please. Brief history, some of this has been mentioned already. In Sydney at the Rotary Convention in 2014, we started ESRAG, which is the Environmental Sustainability Rotary Action Group, with Karen Kendrick Hands. That has grown incredibly well after a lot of administrative challenges in the States 6 years ago. Now ESRAG has a few thousand people around the world. It's growing all the time. And they set up a European branch of ESRAG. And about the same time, Basran was set up, and I'm sure we can work together very well in parallel. And many of you may know already that sustainability is officially ratified as Rotary's 7th area of focus. This was partly due to what ESRAG was doing with the leaders in America. Next slide, please. This is a challenging comparison. I lived in Australia for 45 years, and I have beautiful beaches. They've only got, the land mass is almost the same as Europe, if you don't count all of Scandinavia, but it's a very big island or a small continent. It has beautiful seas all around, which are self-cleaning most of the time because they are open oceans, deep, lots of volume. But with only 25 million people in Australia, they already have pollution problems of the coastline because they have not been as careful as we are. And I congratulate everyone who's involved in this because we are really doing the fine research which is required and get people motivated to take some action. In Australia, we were slow with this, and they've got coastal problems with pollution that comes out of the major cities like Sydney and Brisbane and Newcastle. But our problem is much greater. Our landlocked Baltic Sea is much smaller in size. I mean, it's basically a huge lake with a small entry point beside Denmark. We are incredibly more crowded. There are over 90 million people that live in the Baltic Basin. In Australia, 25 million people for an area the size of Europe. The water conditions in the Baltic are already at critical levels, and we really have to get motivated as quickly as possible because I hate to say this word as a time bomb, but we really have to do something in the next 5 to 10 years that will dramatically change the attitude that people have around the Baltic. We have a much tougher challenge than Australia ever had. Next slide, please. There are 9 countries, now possibly 10, because Denmark is going to join Basran very shortly. They all have a strong interest, and they have a lot of, well, personal interest because it's a great source of business. The fishing industry provides a lot still. In Poland alone, there are 8 million people that come to visit the coast every summer, in addition to the millions who live there permanently. We have a great mix of ideas, needs, but we will only succeed if we all work together. It is a very urgent issue. Next slide, please. an example of one small part of Poland, the Gdańsk area, the Zatoka Gdańska, and the whole peninsula. That is an amazing ecosystem in itself. Coming from Australia, I was surprised how extensive the beach system is. This is a peninsula 24 kilometers long, pristine environment until about 30 years ago. Now it's being developed at a very fast rate, as are many other parts of Poland. There are universities and oceanariums in many parts of Poland which are doing great research, but the public is not interested enough in it as yet. We've got to raise the public awareness. As I said before, we have 824 large water treatment plants, plus about 900 local treatment plants. So we are pretty well progressing with this, but there are still huge challenges that we have to face, like the runoff from the farming land, which is a government initiative. It should be a government initiative, so they help the farmers to deal with this problem. Next slide, please. This is one of the teaching facilities we have on the whole peninsula, the Focarium here. They look after seals, and they're doing a very good job, but still many people just don't know about it. So public awareness is a key challenge for Basran and for all of us together. Next slide, please. Our intention in Poland, and I speak for many Rotarians, we've got 6 clubs that are already supporting this mission, and 2 Rotaract clubs. A soft approach is we're going to make an inspiring art exhibition called The Magic of the Baltic, with photos, sketches, paintings, and information panels about caring for the sea. We really have to, like you are doing in this event, show a positive side, show how beautiful this place is, because there is still enormous area of beautiful shoreline, beautiful beaches, beautiful sand dunes. It's all here, still virtually undamaged, but we have to be careful that we don't overdevelop too quickly, because Poland is now becoming the Côte d'Azur, or the French Riviera. With the climate change, a lot of people are now moving to the Polish beaches because it's not as hot, it's safe, and it's not as crowded. It's a lot cheaper. But we have to clean up our beaches and reinforce and stabilize the coastal green zones, because our coastline is retreating at 1 to 2 meters per year. We have to reduce the excessive runoff, as we've said before, so I won't go into that. We are going to run webinars on these topics, connecting Rotarians, Rotaractors, and the general public through invitations to such educational sessions about the magic of the Baltic Sea, with unique film screenings. There are many films made about this, but they don't get shown very often because we are doing too much James Bond. That sells better, but it doesn't really contribute all that much. I don't want to be critical, but I think the environmental films have to be seen so people realize how important this mission is for all of us around the Baltic Basin. We are also planning to run a large music and information eco-festival on the Baltic coast to motivate and raise public awareness. National television anticipates a viewing audience of 1.5 million people in Poland alone. We will also be doing regional water festivals in addition to Rotary's World Water Day. We are going to run student essay competitions titled "Why is the Baltic so important?" because that's not happening yet, but everybody is keen to do this. Ecology and infrastructure tours for students and families, like through water treatment plants, which are not visible by many people because it's left for others to look after cleaning the water. Next slide. Inspiring visions of the Baltic Sea. So, I mean, there are lots of examples. I'm just wondering if we have the latest version of my lecture, please. Let's have the next slide. Yes, now, much of the coastline is still like this. This was taken only a couple of years ago in an area which is not overdeveloped yet. But footsteps are appearing, and the intrusion by man generally, as a species, is very evident. Next slide, please. Beautiful fishing boats on pristine beaches, but already you can see on the headland there is a 10-story holiday building. It's a hotel, and in some parts there are hundreds of these hotels next to each other. Development is going at an incredibly fast rate. We are going to, yes, please, next slide. The first area of focus, because we can't do it all at once, we are doing a pilot project around Mielno and Kołobrzeg, which is the central part of the Baltic coast in Poland. I already showed you the eastern part, which is Gdynia and Gdańsk, but this is the central part. Next slide, please. this is the sort of development that is happening over the last 5 to 8 years already. There are 8 million people visiting this coastline just as tourists every year. Even during the pandemic, this last year, they had over 7 million people in spite of the pandemic, because it's just, there is such incredible demand. People feel safe and healthy because they try to maintain some distance. Next slide, please. But the distance is hard to maintain when you've got this sort of crowd for a few hundred kilometers along about 200 resort points. So the demand on the coastline is increasing very rapidly, and we have to create management plans which are sustainable. The water treatment plants are just one part of the equation, but we have to build awareness that we can't just go there and congregate and not worry about the waste that we produce. Next slide, please. I took that photo only this year at the peak of the season. Now, the wonderful Hill Peninsula, we are approaching this from a scientific angle, and I'm glad to hear that the various countries in Basran are already working together. The Hill Peninsula, unfortunately, is at great risk because it's only a couple of meters high in many places, and the forecast is that within 20 years it'll become an archipelago, because the ocean, the sea and the Gulf will link up during stormy seasons, and the peninsula will be breached. The land continuity will be broken in at least 3 spots within the next 15 to 20 years at best. So we have to take action as fast as we can. And that's a long essay for another period, but I just wanted to show you the risks, the beautiful landscapes. Next slide, please. We are working with a number of water treatment plants. Here I was doing a session with the director of the local treatment plant in Mielno. It's the most modern that I've ever seen. We toured for about an hour. There are absolutely no odors. All the mixing areas are open, but they have balanced the bacteria and the nutrients in such a ideal way, I have to say, that there are absolutely no odors, and they've started tours for school children and for older students and the public in the last 12 months, and they are very popular. We're going to continue this trend in other treatment plants because this is part of the life cycle. We can't just ignore it and say that somebody else will fix it. We have to be aware of what we can do to reduce the load on these filtration systems and to make the whole environment more sustainable. Next slide, please. This is another treatment plant in Kołobrzeg, which is another town of only 80,000 people, but it's got 4 times the population during the summer season. So we have to get these systems to be up to speed, to be as modern as possible. These 2 institutions were very impressive because I have the most modern equipment already. Next slide, please. So apart from all the educational activities which we plan to expand in Poland, because public awareness is most easily raised by starting with the children and the students, because they are keen for the knowledge and they transmit that information to their parents and their families and their friends. But at the end of next summer, we plan to have this major festival. We are expecting 30,000 guests live and a national TV audience of over 1.5 billion people. I'm saying these figures because this television system has already done 2 of these festivals in the middle of Poland in the years 18 and 19, and they each time had 60,000 people who were very interested in this. Apart from the music, I have enormous facilities for showing films, doing lectures, having debating panels. We intend to do this on the coast where the people are most crowded during the summer season, and there are more people coming all the time. The awareness has to be built through events like this and through national television. So that's our goal for the next 12 months with Basran, because we want to do this all together. And the final slide, please. Water supply and stability of our waterways are critical issues for our planet, especially when clean water is becoming such a precious commodity all over the world. The fishing industry is also a critical part of our food supply, as was mentioned in one of the earlier presentations. All these issues are very strongly interrelated with each other and of utmost importance to supporting human life on this spaceship Earth. Let's face it, we are not like we were 100 years ago or even 50 years ago. I traveled to Australia. It took me a month by boat, and we're still feeling like the ocean was indestructible. There were some rough seas and people were scared of the ocean, but the trip by boat from Poland to Australia via Europe by train took 12 months. I'm sorry, it took 1 month. When Australia was first settled only 250 years ago, the trip used to take 12 months. But now, when we have over 7 billion people on this planet, the natural resources are finite and they need to be replenished and kept free of pollution wherever possible. We are on a spaceship. It's not an endless landmass that we can just travel across and oceans forever that are self-cleaning. We are really accelerating the rate of pollution, and the climate change is giving us all the signals that the planet is overstressed. We need to work all together as Rotarians, as the scientists that have spoken so dramatically today, but in a positive way. Let's be positive. It's not too late, but we have to all work together and especially rejuvenate and clean up the Baltic Sea, which is an inland sea, basically. So thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them perhaps later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, for this very good presentation on what you have been doing with raising awareness and big plans ahead as well. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions now verbally, but you can put them to the chat. And with it, we go on. And next we hear from Sweden, and Robert Cederlund will tell us about Initiative Utö. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Could you put up my presentation?
Annele or Ilkka?
Okay, I can share my screen.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Have to just find it here. I'm sorry, I'm not able to share my screen. I sent you my presentation, so there, great, thank you. Okay, good. Hello, everybody. My name is Robert Cederlund, Head of Communication and Chairman of the Foundation Initiative Utö, the Utö Initiative. Sustainability in practice, that's our keyword, so to speak. And that's really what we are, what we are doing. We're trying to walk the talk. Next slide, please. Well, the theme of this seminar and this conference is about that the Baltic Sea is in a flux. And the reasons are well known. It's about emissions. It's about nutrition that runs out into the sea from municipal treatment plants, from private emissions, and from the agriculture, which is wood farming and land farming and golf courses and so on. It's also about overfishing. It's about the quotas that are severe threat to the local excess of fishes. It's about the relationship, since there's too little fish, the relationship between the seal, the cormorants, and the large spikes are also in unbalance. It says dead bottoms. The bottoms are not dead actually, but they're very oxygen free. So the consequence of that is that the phosphorus that's lying down, when there's too little oxygen, the phosphorus is released, so the Baltic Sea fertilizes itself. It's called internal load. Next slide, please. Okay, so what solutions are there? Well, of course, stop the outflows. Use the established solutions and multiply them to stop the outflow of nutrient water. Adjust the quotas or fishing. prevent the seals or maybe reduce the stocks of seal and cormorant so that they are balanced with the amount of fish that is in the water. Produce more wetlands. Are you familiar what wetlands are? I will go into that later, but the wetlands is a perfect motor for cleaning, for stopping nutrient water to reach the sea and make more fish. Also, that wetland is a perfect motor of creating some kind of a circular farming when you use the wetland resources to grow, which is good for the local environment, and it sort of closes the cycle. And as I said, the data bottoms or the oxygen-free bottoms, the Baltic Sea is full of sediment with a lot of phosphor. And if we can make a business opportunity out of that, maybe we can clean the Baltic Sea and also make a profit out of it. Next slide, please. So this is the big why to why we founded the foundation, the initiative. I and 3 other fellows here, neighbors, we are permanent resident on Swedish Ute. And we founded this initiative 2017. And our aim is to identify and design, finance, and implement and run initiatives, which is wetlands, which is farms, which is cleaning the bottoms and so on. What we really want to do is to prevent this negative environmental impact and restore and improve the conditions for all human and living beings. And the stars and our modus operandi is sustainability in practice. We really want to walk the talk. We use all knowledge that is found, reports, researchers from science and academia. We use Ute as a platform to see what can be done and what effect does it have. And on the picture there, you can see one of the wetlands at Ute. And what we do, we don't want to let it stop at Ute. We are in the making of a playbook, of a concept, so that we can inspire and export the idea of how to do it, because more wetlands and more things in the way we do it, we know that it has a very good effect. Next slide, please. So what do we do? Well, we do wetlands, and a wetland is a bay. It's a place where the predatory fish, where the pikes and the perches can live in harmony and safe from the large spike. They can grow there and they can get so big, so then when they wander out again, get out again into the Baltic Sea, they're bigger than the big spikes. So there, the balance is regained there. It's also a cleaning water process. It takes care. As you see in the picture, the water comes from the woodlands and from the fields, and it stops in the first pond and loses its phosphorus and its nitrogen, and it's much cleaner when it comes out into the second pond where the pikes and the perches lives and get their kids. Next slide, please. Running a wetland is an ever-going process. It's a lot of weed and it's a lot of bottom sediment. And we take care of all that and compost it, and we use it in a small farm above very close to the wetland. We regrow vegetables as zucchinis, salad, herbs, things like that, which the restaurants and the local individuals can use and buy so that they can eat locally grown food. It creates jobs and it creates a nice site to come and visit. So it's also very positive in an economic way. It makes Ute and the place where we live, they want to come. It's another reason of coming here than just coming here to the to eat and drink and dance. Next, please. we try to be as fossil free as possible. So we use a windmill, a small windmill from the Swedish company Wind Machine, to charge our batteries, which we use for pumps and other facilities. We use the sun for a sun cell driven watering device when we water our little farm. So we try to be as emission free as possible and really be circular. Next slide, please. So Utö has become a hub where we can show what we do. It's a showcase of how you can, as I said, walk the talk, how you can work fossil free, circular, and what the wetland really means. We can show, in the spring, since we opened the first wetland at 2015, we have counted every pike and every perch that have wandered up. So we have data on how that it works, and it really is something that inspires organizations, schools, companies to come here to see what we mean. They can work there, they can have their kickoffs there, and it has become a very nice place. And what we want to do here is, of course, we want to make a better environment at Utö, but we want to inspire in a larger scale. And a month ago, we had a conference, the first conference in a row that we called Baltic Sea Water Talks, which was a conference where we invited the academia, the researchers, philanthropists, and so on to share our skills and share the info. Since it is and was Corona times, we could not have, we had to limit the amount of visits. So we could have 80 persons on site, but we live broadcasted it globally through the internet. So it was a lot more that can see it. So I would like to invite you to visit next year's Baltic Sea Water Talks. And if you cannot be here present, I can send you a link. Next slide, please. At Utö, we have 3 wetlands running. We have a small wetlands up north, close to the little village where we have the restaurants and the harbor, which is a predatory place for parks and perches. We have the one that I showed on the picture, the large scale one, which is wetland and a small farm. And we have a third further down together with the Swedish Armed Forces, which we are producing and doing now in a couple of weeks. We'll be digging that wetland. It takes around 2 years to get all the permissions that you need, and it takes 2 weeks to dig it. So that's what it takes. But we have 3 wetlands at Utö, which is very, very nice, which is I'm very proud of, since we are a little island and we are only 4 people that have started this. But we are getting much attention on it, and we are in the making of a playbook and a concept that we want to export and make it more usable so that we can really make a change. And since this conference and this webinar is how we can make the change, we have this for you to use. So if there's anybody out there interested in knowing more, I would be happy to share my knowledge and play with you. Next slide, please. Together with the Royal Institute of Technology, we have 3 projects running. We have the first project, which is cleaning stormwater. It's about taking care of the water that falls down from the sky on parking lots, or gray water, as we say, you know, when you do the dishes or go to the toilet. How can we use that? How can we make something out of it? And we're measuring what is the is the wetland working? Does it really, is it taking care of the nutrient-rich water? And the answer is yes. The wetland is a perfect cleaning machine for nutrient-rich water. The second is bioengineering. How can we collect the bottom sediment, and can we gain the phosphorus out of it, and can we make it something out of it that maybe when the mines in North Africa are drained with phosphor, can the Baltic Sea be the next mine where we clean the Baltic Sea and also take the phosphorus out? And the third is the blue food concept. We have to think more about what we eat. Can we eat? We have to feed the people. Is it environmental correct to overfish or to eat the meat that we do? Maybe the Baltic Sea and the sea is the perfect place to grow food that we eat. That's the third project. Next slide, please. So what I would like to stop with is that at Switchhytte, which I really hope that you will visit. I will be happy to guide you. We have 3 wetlands. It's clear that it gives 3 clean bays, but my aim and our aim is to really inspire and scale this up and make this a global or a very big thing. So if we can scale it up 1,000 times or more, we can affect the Baltic Sea, and we can really do something to help the Baltic Sea to regain its balance, because right now the Baltic Sea is in a flux. Next slide, please. So thank you all for having the opportunity to talk to you. That's my email address and my phone number, and I guess that you will share my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. That was very nicely from Mark's examples of raising awareness with wastewater treatment plants, coming to agriculture, and really a local circular economy model with also restaurants and tourism and so on, and all the way into the so to say sea-based measures, actually to removing phosphorus from the sediments of the Baltic Sea. So that's really interesting. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions again. We're a bit behind the schedule, but then we go a different awareness raising method from Finland, and Michael Jones will tell us about rowing for the Baltic herring events.
Hello.
Please, Michael.
Hello, my name is Michael Jones. I'm past president of Helsinki Baltic Sea Rotary Club, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Silläkäsouttu ohjausryhmä, which in English is the Rowing for the Baltic Herring Steering Group. We're 6 separate Rotary clubs that we have come together, and we're organizing and coordinating the rowing for the herring. Next slide, please. What are our goals? Our goals are to draw attention, also to have fun. We also want to educate, and we also want to just get people together and have a good time as well. We've been doing this since 2013. It's the first Sunday of October, so technically it's tomorrow. We're not doing it tomorrow, of course, because of the COVID, and tomorrow we're going to go out and walk along the coasts, and we're going to collect garbage because we're not able to row. We're normally rowing on the opening day of the annual herring market. Why do we take the Baltic herring? Well, okay, there's an old song, the herring is the king of the sea, but actually the herring is actually a sensitive marker, I'm not a scientist, so as you scientists have told us so far, the herring is a marker. It's also good to eat. What do? We take these long boats. I think you've probably seen them. It's not a competition, it's a fun exercise. We also want to highlight Rotary, although we're not only Rotarians who can actually do the rowing. So next slide, please. We start from the Finlandia talo there. Start with a nice morning coffee and getting together, and then we get into the boats and we start the rowing in teams. On the next slide, please. We row through the center of Helsinki. We row around the center. We row out through, shall we say, into the first part of the bay, and then back again towards the market square. Next slide, please. Whilst we're rowing, we stop at two separate points, and somebody already mentioned this Secchi disc that you hang over the side of the boat. You check how many centimeters down you can actually still see the marker, and you record the measurement. And we record those measurements in two separate places during the rowing event. And the next slide, please. So this is us arriving at the market square. Here, of course, this is drawing attention and creating publicity. We hope to get press coverage. When I rowed the first time, we also had a member of parliament rowing along with us. So it can become a nice, quite high profile event focusing on the Baltic Sea. The next slide, please. When we've rowed, then of course we're hungry, and we go and eat some herring, and we have a herring lunch. This picture, I think, was in the city hall. I think we have been typically having it actually on the Viking, on one of the boats, but that's another issue. Okay, the next slide, please. So one of those goals, besides having fun and raising awareness, is education. So these have been the themes of the previous sessions. Since 2013, we started the idea. You can read the systems there. 22, we will have the how to deal with the Baltic Sea in the climate change era. So, and like I just mentioned, the 2020, 2021, we're just encouraging the clubs to just have outdoor events, collecting rubbish around the edges of the Baltic Sea. Next slide, please. We try to make a profile, and I think somebody has already mentioned this, that there was the event in Hamburg, the International Convention. We took some church boats there as well. And we're hoping to encourage some of you out there, Basra people, some of you to come and row in 2022. I think that's the goal. This is one of our colleagues who was carrying some of the church boats down to Hamburg. Thank you. Next slide, please. We're collecting money. The people who are rowing, by the way, of course, are paying. They pay to row. And then we're also attracting sponsorship, so that when we are fundraising, then we are having a kitty, having a pot of money that we can use. We now, in the first place, we have been sponsoring an organization that is dealing with the water runoff from the Vanta River, and that was quite a successful project. We have now changed our focus. So if we can have the next slide, please. So we will now, from here on, we will donate specifically the research ship that you see here, Aranda, for particular different projects. There are, I think somebody earlier has also mentioned the number of wrecks, and I think there was a comment, I think from one of the German colleagues about about some of the weapons and things dumped into the sea. Okay, and the next slide, please. So thank you for your attention. If there are any questions, we can take them. Please join us in 2022, this time next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And just to point out, isn't it right that until now it has become more and more international event as well? So there has been all the way from Italy and also from Russia and from the neighboring countries already teams
Indeed.
rowing.
Yes.
Right. Okay, please put your questions to the chat. We will again move on. And next we again hear from Sweden, and Hannele Sjö will tell us about Clean the Mälaren project. And with this, I also want to thank you. I have to leave and go on, but Pentti will take over moderating the presentations from now on. So thank you very much and have a nice webinar. And remember that the second part, the member meeting, is already ahead. And you'll hear more about it after 2 presentations.
Thank you, Lotta. Thank you for moderating.
Thank you, and bye. And Hannele, you're welcome.
No, thank you very much. And I'm here with Anna Notander from the other. We have three. Are you hearing me? Yeah. I have with me Anna Notander from Rotary Strängnäs, but no one from Mariefred today. But we are 3 clubs doing this little start event. So our contribution starts here. Next picture, please. In September 2020, we were several Rotarians from Strängnäs visiting a start-up meeting in Skansen Baltic Breeze Center. And we immediately got hooked for this lifelong project. Next, please. Next picture.
Yes, yes, here comes Anna. Hope you can hear me. And as we are all 3 clubs living just by the third largest lake in Sweden, that is Lake Mälaren, we decided almost immediately that we should start with something simple, something that everyone could understand. And that's why we picked just Lake Mälaren to focus on in the first place. Lake Mälaren is also contaminated with lots of chemicals and lots of other stuff that should not be there. And besides that, Lake Mälaren is the freshwater source for 2 million people. And it has its outlet into the Baltic Sea, which of course means that not only should it be clear to everyone to be careful about the water, because it's our freshwater source, but also if we do contaminate Lake Mälaren, there will be more contaminated water in the Baltic Sea, or vice versa. Less contamination of Mälaren means cleaner Baltic Sea. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Yes, there is something, a problem with my computer. Is this okay?
Yes, this is okay.
Sorry.
In order to make people aware of how much chemicals and other stuff we throw in and let flow in the lake, we decide to let the idealist organization Rena Mälaren, a company in diving business, dive and pick up that they found on the bottom of the harbor of Strängnäs. About the 10 divers and assistants and Rotarians worked to 3-4 hours to pick up at least 300 kilo material that should not be in water at all. Next picture, please.
Of course, our planning that started already back in 2020 was cut off, so to say, by the corona situation. So what we ended up with was try to get as much people as possible to come to this event. And that's also, as I said earlier, part of the reason why we picked something that was easy for everyone to understand. And we tried or planned the diving event to be at the beginning of the autumn, in other words, beginning of September. So Saturday, September the 4th this year, we had the diving event, and that was foregone by marketing or announcing in social media. And the place that we had chosen was just in the center of the town because we wanted as much public as possible. And of course, Rotary had a tent because we wanted to make it clear that it was a Rotary that was sponsoring or arranging this situation. Luckily, we had a very beautiful day and we had a large crowd of interested people. And on the next slide, you will see what we did found, or what the divers did found.
And was it worth it? Yeah, it was. What the divers found was a lot of bikes, even brand new moped, sun chairs, shopping carts, rubber tires, and 50 pieces of lead, to mention of the harvest. And this lead, it's something that sailing boats have in there somewhere, and they have to choose it. Fortunately, they dump it in the sea. So a lot of pictures. Next picture, please. Show what we had this day.
No, this.
Here, yes, Anna. Anna, your picture.
This is actually a mixture of, or a little pick of what we did found. As you mentioned, we had at least 800 kilo of stuff that should not be in the Lake Mälaren. When I saw the picture of from Ute, I think, with the little child diving into the water, and you could also see all the rubbish that was under the water, I just thought of, this is what it is about. And as you can see, there is nothing here that has it right to be in the water. What we also did find with or more than the moped, we did find a fire extinguisher that was loaded, and that should, of course, not be there either. Yeah, this is some of it. And we go on.
Your next picture, please. Cooperation is important, and in agreement with the community of Strängnäs, they helped us taking care of this what was brought up from the bottom. Rotary is very grateful that cooperation, because it's a very cost very much money to take care of these things we found. And thank you, Strängnäs community, for that. Next picture.
Yeah, actually, that load of garbage that was taken up by the divers that you saw on the previous picture, that the cart was standing in the harbor for 2 days due to the weekend. And that was a good idea, because everyone who was passing could stand and read and see that all this had been on the bottom of their lake, their drinking water source. So I think it was a good idea to make everyone aware of what we do throw into the water. That was just a short pic of what we can do. And this picture shows what is next in our aim. We will try to involve school children, as you do in Finland, because the school children is the tomorrow people that has the decision. And we want to lend out some equipment to help the school children to examine the water, what it is today and what it is next year and then following years. Of course, hopefully they will also notice some change to the better. So now we are planning for new activities for 2022, and also we hope that we will be able to involve the Baltic, the Briggen 3 kronor.
Yes, thank you, Anna, and thank you all who have joined this beautiful convent and webinar. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Hannele and Anna, of telling this joint with 3 Rotary clubs along the Mälaren. So even though this was in-lake project in the connection of Baltic Sea, it's actually extremely good example, because in fact, those nutrients, what we were speaking just before this, so they normally come mainly from all the waters, so that the first those nutrients run to the lakes and then the rivers and then finally to the sea, and therefore it is important that we consider that these inland lakes are also extremely important, and actually as important, and it's also terrible to notice what kind of stuff you can find from the sea, and it is emphasizing why this kind of projects are important, because it's really terrible what people do throw in the lakes. So I think unfortunately we should be continuing. So if you have any questions, so please put them in the chat, and then those probably can be answered in there, or then if we have some time in the general discussion, so in that part. But we need now to continue in order to be not too much late. So next presentation comes from Germany, and Martin Weigel, who actually is the board member in Basran, tells that of their project, Long Breath project in Stralsund, which I understand is close to their club Greifswald, where he's from, so nearby area. So Martin, please.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Thank you, Pentti, for giving me the possibility to give this showcase to you. Thank you to all presenters before, and the very important message that Rotary can be a key partner for creating more awareness and for bringing these information to public. So the presentation I want to give you is one example of a project giving these awareness to children, combining a sailing trip with education. So next slide, please. The project is from our neighboring club, the Rotary Club Stralsund, who was one of the main organizers of the Christian Mütter Memorial Tour, a sailing trip performed for about 30 years until 2019. The idea was to give to bring children suffering from lung disease on the Baltic Sea for a 3-day trip to give them the possibility to breathe free of allergens. And the name comes from a young physician dying of an asthmatic attack in 1989. So after the last tour in 2019, involving more than 7,000 children for about 30 years, there was the wish to continue with a similar project using the resources which were already available. So next slide, please. So with the pause due to the pandemic, there was time to create a new project, the project Long Breath, with its initiation this year in the month of July. The meaning in German is not only to get a lot of air and free air, but also to hold out and to give these children the possibility to get a pause from their disease, because the aim was to get children suffering from a chronic disease and psychiatric disease, to bring them onto the Baltic Sea, to give them a day off from all their problems, and to combine this event with an educational, some educational aspects given by a strong partner they have in Stralsund. It's the German Oceanographic Museum. So next slide, please. The partners they used were, on the one hand, partners for children recruitment. So there they had 2 hospitals from Stralsund and the island of Rügen, which is just next to the city. The third one is a project taking care of children with psychic trauma, helping them getting along everyday life and supporting them in school. And the educational program was performed by pedagogics of the German Oceanographic Museum. You can see one of its parts. It's the white building in the middle of the picture, right on the port of Stralsund. Next slide, please. The starting point was Dänholm, a small island in front of Stralsund, where there's on the one hand a museum, the Nautineum, showing information about fishery and marine use and ships. And there were 2 traditional sailing ships, the Elida and Erna, which took the children on board. And everything started with an educational program on the island by members of the museum. And afterwards, children went on the boats for a small trip. Yeah, next slide, please. The trip was also followed by media coverage to give an idea of the project to the public, and to create awareness of the necessity to help these children, and also to create awareness of the marine problems. So they had several newspapers covering the project, and also a film team from the North German broadcast, the NDR. And there was also an article in the Rotary magazine, which is the newspaper coming monthly for all German-speaking clubs. Next slide, please. So as a shortcut of this showcase, what was the aim of the project? It was the aim to give a nice experience to these disadvantaged children due to their disease, and combine it with marine education. It's a nice example how this club used their resources of an intact network from an older project, and local institutions which were involved in this project, and well, the access to the Baltic Sea by the Strelasund. The long-term objective of this club is to establish this project on a regular base, so that there will be more trips like this every year, and to outrange the number of participating children, finding more partners, for example, by finding neighboring Rotary clubs, finding more ships participating, and get more supporters for sponsoring, and yeah, use media coverage to do so. So thank you very much. This was the presentation at this point.
Yes, thank you, Martin. It's really great to hear. I mean, of what you are doing, because I very much like the approach you have. I think there's a little bit similar what Anders was telling from Brick and Rick Kronor, which means that how important it is to increase awareness and have that awareness related to some kind of positive experiences. So I think your approach is something I really like. So is there any questions of what you would say to Martin, raise questions or something that his presentation inspired in you? So sorry, I don't see any questions or hands raised. So, but really, thank you, Martin. Martin, it really was great presentation, and nice to hear what you do there in Germany. So I think we will then continue, because we still have some or one presentation, because Basran is closely working with ESRAC, and therefore we asked if Basran could say some words in this webinar. So I'm just wondering if Gunilla Östberg, who is one of the key persons in ESRAC and is in the board of ESRAC, if she's in here in this webinar. I don't see Gunilla's name in the list, but is Gunilla present at the time?
Seems to me that she's not within the group.
Okay, so
I don't know the reason why, but
right. Okay. Anyway, just to shortly to summarize. So this environmental sustainability group, Rotary Action Group, is actually the main group within Rotary, who is globally making or connecting and coordinating this environmental work, what Rotarians are doing, and like Mark, he has been one of the founding members in ESRAC, as he mentioned in his presentation. So we like very much, or we have done close cooperation with ESRAC and been in having joint meetings and having also hopefully ESRAC member to come to our board, and our people have been, Basran people have been in ESRAC meetings. So I mean, I'm not so well familiar with ESRAC, so that I could tell more details of that. But I just want to emphasize that ESRAC is one of such networks. Basran likes very closely to work, and I just invite you also to join members in ESRAC. So please find their web pages, and through that you can join ESRAC as members. So is there any other person in here now who is more well aware of ESRAC? Like I know that Päivi Kippo Edlund is the Finnish representative to ESRAC. I do not know if Päivi you want to say something, or if there is any other just very closely involved person to ESRAC to say some words for ESRAC.
Yes, thank you, Pentti.
Yeah.
It's Päivi here. I am a contact person in Finland for ESRAC, and maybe a couple of things I would like to add to what Pentti said is that ESRAC is a worldwide network of us Rotarians around the world, and it is in a way divided in regional ESRACs called chapters. And for example, for Europe, there is a Europe chapter. And in that Europe chapter, there are, if I remember right, something like 2,000 members. And ESRAC has member meetings, something like where all the members that have paid the membership fee, that is approximately 30 euros, if I remember right, are invited. And for example, this week there was a webinar meeting for members, and that was very fruitful. So I very much me myself, I have been member like a couple of years, not more than that, and I have found that network also very useful, and as Pentti said, the cooperation between this much how to say bigger Basran network with its kind of 400 names on the list, and ESRAC is very important, and if I guess right, it's going to be developed more and more in the future. So
okay, thank you, Päivi, for that short overview on ESRAC. So I think we can now continue to discussion. So there was a few questions raised during the presentations, which could not given time for answers, and I do not know if there are people to answer, but I mean, there was Frank raised the issue of this ammunition which is left in the Baltic Sea during the Second World War, and what is happening to that, and he challenged us to also to deal with that issue, and asking could Rotary have some role in it. And I saw there an answer. Somebody answered that question on what can I find that I don't recall who was answering to that, but it is anyway, it is an issue what we need to think about, whether Basran is an organization who can deal with that, but within HELCOM, I know that this is one of their chapters what they are dealing with. I do not know if there is anybody in this webinar present at the moment who knows more of this issue of ammunition to take. So there has been some discussion within Basran, so whether we should be dealing that or not, but that's then probably for the board in the future to discuss that issue. Shall we do something in that? But is here anybody who would like to say of this issue?
May I?
Yes, Mark, please.
Say a word. I think this is an issue which is very urgent and it's very complicated. It should be left to specialists because obviously we don't have the facilities to deactivate explosives or to contain the various nerve gases and things that are in barrels at the bottom of the sea. I know the German government has a number of times, and also the European Union has made suggestions that funds will be dedicated for this specialist activity because it has to be done by military specialists who have equipment and who have experience in this. I heard a figure of 7 billion euros being quoted as the first of 3 stages to really decontaminate the bottom. That's a huge exercise. And I know there are a lot of materials there. Some of them are getting very close to the deadline where the barrels are already corroding and we should be looking after them, containing them, securing them, removing them. They can't just be blown up. So it's a complex issue which I think we should get involved with in terms of dialogue, encouraging people to pressure the government bodies to put money into this. And I know the Germans are already actively seeking that sort of dialogue with the government. And some concepts have been prepared, some outline action plans have been prepared, but we should perhaps nominate a person or an action group who could liaise in this area and make this an important issue, because we must not forget about this. We can look after the environment on the surface, on the beaches, in the shallow waters, but these materials that are there in many locations need very specialist treatment, and we should not forget this. We should not let this just stay as a taboo subject. It should be dealt with as soon as possible, because some scientists I've spoken to are saying that in the next couple of years, some of these materials will become active, or they'll be leaking out, or there is even chance of an explosion. So I don't want to talk about this too much because it's an issue which can frighten people and make them less active in our areas. I think the two things should be running in parallel, but the specialist activity should be analyzed and encouraged to be carefully planned. And I'm not sure whether all governments will be able to get involved in this. It's a bit difficult for me in Poland because there is an attitude that it wasn't our fault and we were the victims. But you know, it's not a matter of pointing the finger at anybody. It's a matter of getting this action underway, and this takes some diplomatic skill. But we shouldn't give up on it. It should be one of our missions for this to become an active project, just to lobby the governments that they actually put this on their agenda as soon as possible, because nobody knows exactly when the trouble will start, but it will come. Nobody's sure whether it will be a problem in 3 years or in 20 years. My guess is that it's looking at a window of opportunity for the next 10 years to get things really underway in a major exercise by specialist groups within the military establishment. So that's all I've heard so far, but we shouldn't let this be forgotten, because our work will go to waste if there are some nerve gases that are released into the sea. And I've heard some very serious estimates, which are quite frightening. But I'm not an expert in this, and I think we should seek scientific knowledge, and also we should act as lobbyists for the governments, because everybody's saying it's too hard, it's too expensive, it's too complicated. We can't take that attitude because it's part of our environment, and it could put to waste all the good work that we're doing. This toxicity has been estimated that within a month we could pollute the whole of the Baltic if some of the very toxic nerve gases are released. Now, I'm not sure how much of this is just frightening information, just to frighten people, and how much is factual. Perhaps we should encourage some of the institutions that we work with to try and quantify the level of risk. Is it really urgently required in a matter of a couple of years, or are we looking at a slightly longer window of opportunity? But it shouldn't be left alone. I think we should be involved in there as the integrators of analysis by specialists, and eventually to confirm the dedicated funds which the European Union and the German government have already noted as being earmarked for this sort of activity. I think there's a lot of military weaponry and conventional weapons that are lying at the bottom, and a lot of it is also belonging to the Russian government. And I'm not sure who is expert enough to be dealing with both sides, but we should consider what's the best way to tackle this. I think in the next action plan, we should actually dedicate a group to analyze, encourage, and lobby in terms of this serious problem.
Yes, thank you, Mark. So this is a big issue, and it's at least it is important that we are aware of those threats which are existing, and then it's a huge issue, and at least being aware and having, I mean, involving discussions and so on. But okay. So then there was also another question concerning the global grant, and definitely, so whether, I mean, we should establish a global grant for supporting the work we are doing for the Baltic Sea, and definitely, I mean, I agree with that. And in fact, we just already once submitted a global grant, just I mean, after this establishing Basran, but unfortunately, environment came our second priority only the beginning of last year. So we were too early to submit that, and it could not be funded. And then we just decided that we will then submit it in coming months maybe. But that is then for the board to discuss. But it is important that we will have partners from several countries. So this is just to raise the issue that you prepare yourself and think about that which countries and which Rotary clubs could participate in that. And I also raise another issue, so that as we just realized that Rotary Foundation is not funding last year these activities yet, so we were just looking after local governmental funds for such activities, and in Finland we got funding from our government to support, for example, these educational activities, what actually Hannele and Anna was referring, that also in Sweden some of those activities were already taken, and this is just awareness raising among school children, and supporting environmental education in schools, which I feel is actually one of the best ideas what we might have, that support the environmental education in schools, and so. But this is not issue for today's discussion. So I think we are more or less now through this webinar, and just to conclude. So I felt that that it was extremely useful and inspiring, those presentations which were just given today, and there's somebody just wrote in the chat that thank for good ideas, and I really feel the same. And so Hannele, do you just want to have a direct questions on this before I continue, or is your question related which things?
It's not a question. I just want to emphasize to everybody who has not registered through Basran pages, so that if you could send your email to me if you want to get the information about when these slides will be on our web pages, because some people have already asked how to get the presentations. They will be put on our website later on. So if you want an straight information from me, so please send your email or just follow the pages.
Or I think you can also put it in your address in chat, so we will get it also from there. I think you will have that then saved, so that it is important that we get that information. So like I mentioned in the beginning, we had our first webinar in February, and in future we hope to have these regularly, maybe once or twice a year, to continue this exchange of ideas and come together. And then there was also Michael. He mentioned this rowing for herring in Finland next the beginning of October 22. So one of the ideas is that we would have hopefully in-person meeting in relation to that traditional event what we have had in Finland for several years, but that will come then later. So I think it's now time to have a short break. We have about 20 minutes time for before we start our member meeting, and I wish that many of you or everybody of you could just stay after that break also online to continue in our member meeting to discuss of how our future activities within Basran should be. So, Mark, you have raised your hand. You have something to say?
Yes, just one comment about the attendance today. I have a bit of trouble registering myself, and I just sent an email to Hannele, and I think others should do this as well, so we at least know how many more people were joining us. But also the low numbers are probably related to, I mean, compared to 300 people, we didn't have nearly that many today. There were a lot of district conferences today. Yes. I had one for the Polish district today that I couldn't attend because I thought this one was, that the Basran one was more focused and more important for us at the moment. But a lot of districts are having district conferences just this weekend. I think it's all the enthusiasm of being post-pandemic. Everybody wanted to have a conference while they can. In Poland, we're expecting another wave of COVID to grow, and it's already getting pretty serious. This was the last chance that I had to have a district conference this weekend. So a lot of people are at district conferences, and that's why many have not registered, because they're all at their own events.
Yes,
So
right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Martin, I think you raised your hand, please.
Yes, thank you, Mark, for the comment. Just an idea to bring Basran to the other Rotarians using maybe district conferences, because we all see that via Zoom we can meet each other even if we are all staying in our countries. So I suppose most of the district conferences are at locations where there are possibilities to hold seminars and similar events beside the main event. So maybe we can even use such weekends to get to the district conferences and to present keynote speakers on a district conference, and yeah.
Excellent.
One event on several conferences.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Excellent,
Actually,
excellent. That's very great idea. So we can just then take these to our districts and so.
we actually had this happen at the district conference we've got near Wrocław today. So I have another person who's very active in the activities of Basran. He's very interested, and he's actually doing a 15-minute presentation about Basran today, which we put together, and that will be the first exposure of Basran to the whole district. So I think it's a great idea. We should do this because a lot of people don't know about us yet. A few people know about ESRAG because ESRAG has been around for a long time, or 7 years, and they have a few thousand members, as the our other member was saying. They are very active. They are preparing also to be an observer at the Glasgow Climate Conference next year. Karen Kendrick-Hans has been at 3 conferences already, and she's taken active roles. And it's a great way to see how much we're talking about climate and how little is being done, unfortunately, because these conferences had hundreds of pages written about what should be done, but not as much is being produced afterwards as we had hoped. And I'm very glad that Karen is taking a personal interest in this, because if we're in there in person and we actually make all these comments at the conclusion of each day, perhaps we'll get some more action, not just conferences. I think the one in Glasgow will be quite significant because there's been so much energy put into promoting climate change or how to alleviate it. And finally, something might happen in Glasgow because it's been very slow going up till now. But also to talk about Basran, I think at every district conference, we should have somebody who can say a few words about Basran, because we've got a real issue. It's on our home ground. And I think everybody wants to know more. I've had so many questions from Polish people who have so far been a little bit disinterested in climate. We're a bit slow in taking up the reins in Poland for a lot of reasons, but that's not the place to discuss it. But we should have a presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Mark, and this is excellent point, Martin. I thank you raising this. So we need to work out with this. But now we need to just close for a while. We have been sitting here nearly 3 hours now, so have a short break and stretch our legs a little bit. So, and I wish that that everybody could just stay online, and we start at 4 o'clock. I mean Central Eastern Time, and sorry, this is 14 hours, 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the Eastern European time. So let's have a small break now and come back on. Stay online. Just we continue in this same line and after 15 minutes. So okay, see you then after a moment. So thank you everybody for just attending, and thank you. tunti. So it is 1 minute before 2 o'clock now Central Eastern Central European time. So we are about ready to start our meeting, and I just counting here that that there is 16 participants in there. So now it's about 3 o'clock. Been sitting really long day in here, so I think there is not a need to lengthen this meeting. So we go forward, and we are now ready to start. And I just welcome everybody to participate this our member meeting. And just in the beginning to say that we had a founding meeting 2 years ago in October, and that was our first meeting, and then the board has been convening about 4 times per year, but the board until now has been not so, how to say, fixed, so that there has been only or there has come more members from more countries, but we are not so, how to say, so formally fixed at the moment. And I hope that in this meeting we can set more structured rules and principles how the board will work, and how the board and how the board will be. So I think I do not want to say too much in this beginning, because we just talked 3 hours of these things just before. So so there has been, Hannele, you have this agenda. Can you show it, so that how we are planning to proceed. So that I have just opened the meeting now, and then Ilkka will present the annual report of our activities during the past 2 years. And then Mark has, together with Ilkka, been preparing the plans for the coming year, and Mark will present then those plans. And then we will have a general discussion, and then we should then form, nominate the board, and that's actually important, that if we are going into direction of more, how to say, structured work. But is there any comments on, on the agenda, or is this agenda how we will proceed? So if so, there can be in general discussion, we can raise various questions, but if this is okay, so we will continue like that, and Ilkka will start with presenting the annual report. So please, Ilkka.
Okay, thank you, Pentti. And dear Rotarians, so far it's been a very good meeting, and I really want to thank everybody who participated in the presentations and the discussions. It's been excellent. And this other part is, of course, the official part of the Basran organization, and it's reasonable to give a good annual report at the beginning of the Basran, and then shed some light on the future. My part is to give the annual report, and Hannele will have the show on the left-hand side of the screen. Because the brief history of Basran and the status of the Baltic Sea already have been dealt in detail, I will not go into that, even though it is included in the actual annual report, which we can see there. I go straight to the purpose and aims of the group, number 3. There we go. The purpose behind establishing the Baltic Sea Action Network was to give answers to the interested Rotarians on how a Rotarian, a Rotary Club, or a district can participate to save the Baltic Sea from the inevitable damage caused by human activities in the 9 Baltic Sea countries, or the catchment area of the sea. The network is aiming at establishing a strong Rotarian intervention to support the process of improving the state of the Baltic Sea. Even though there are several activities going on in this, progress has not yet been fast enough. Main concern is that such activities should be comprehensive and coherent in all Baltic City countries. Therefore, the network aims to invite strong consortia with top institutions in all 9 countries to work with the Rotarians. The network is setting strong ground and activating Rotarians to join the efforts for activities for years to save the Baltic Sea. It is well known that this kind of ambitious goal cannot be achieved in a year or 2, but rather in decades' time. Working together with the leading research institutions in each country is the best possible way to make actions comprehensive and coherent. This also leads to country-specific problem solving, since the 9 Baltic Sea countries all have problems that cannot be solved by others, but by the country itself yet working together with the other ones. Even if there are country-specific and environmental problems, there are, however, problems that can be handled by common approach, such as number one, awareness raising. In all countries, increasing awareness among all citizens is a major concern. This can be done through environmental education, publications, internet pages, social media, communication, seminars, and so on. Number two, club level Baltic Sea actions. There are numerous ways Rotarians can create or participate in projects aimed for the benefit of the Baltic Sea, directly or indirectly. The project can be about cleaning beaches, establishing septic tank stations, participating in environmental education, in cooperation with schools, restoring waterways, and so on. In the end, the Rotarian involvement aims at improving the state of the Baltic Sea and influencing decision makers and groups of influencers to further the changes that can be done through legislation, which in turn can be extremely difficult and varied country-wise. Membership development since 2019. After the Hamburg Convention, there were 120 individuals signed up in the network. With the spreading of the word, newsletters, appearance, and through social media, the number has risen to over 350 individuals or Rotary clubs at the first member meeting and seminar in February 23, 2021. There were more than 200 attendees, which gives us a fair bigger interested network members at the time. I think there's close to 400 today. At the meeting in October 2019, it was decided that the network needs a steering group as well as a chairperson and secretary. The group consists mainly of Finnish, Swedish, and Estonian Rotarians at present. New members have been invited according to the original idea, also from other Baltic Sea countries. Pentti Aspila was elected chair to the steering group and the network, and myself and Hannes Kauren to act as secretary. In the beginning of individual members of the board appeared in several meetings and seminars. The evolving pandemics had a drastic change in plans, as we have heard, as well as practices of the newly founded network. No more live attendances or meetings, postponed seminars, changed programs, etc. Everything had to be done through the net. This had, however, its positive effects as well. As we saw in the first member meeting, the number of attendees could not be as high without DigiLeap. We have also reached more members more easily due to the COVID-19 isolation. While the social contacts were and are so far limited, the actual contact through the internet has changed our meeting possibilities dramatically, partly for the better. Basran was invited to introduce its activities also at the Prague Multi-Realm Institute, 18th, 19th September, a couple of weeks ago. The network appeared in the House of Friendship, which is its own stand. It's shown here on the screen. And in the seminar, Rotary and Environment, Saving the Baltic Sea Rotary Cross-Border Initiative. More than 50 new contacts were made to join the network during that meeting, during the Institute. So, what about the global grant, Save the Baltic Sea? Initially in 2019, it was planned that the network and club level activities will be developed also through personal visits to each of the 9 Baltic Sea countries. The plan was to reach and connect the most important research institutes and Rotarians to start working in concert. For this purpose, a global grant, Save the Baltic Sea, was submitted, as Pentti told. Due to the pandemics, the handling of the application was delayed for 14 months. And finally, it was announced that the project plan did not find an appropriate area of focus from the 6 then available. The application was withdrawn. From 1st of July 2021, it is possible to apply for global grants for major environmental projects requiring financial support from the Rotary Foundation. As already mentioned.
Ilkka, please, we did not hear your voice properly, so just speak a little bit closer.
All right. As I just stated that from 1st of July 2021, it is possible to apply for global grants for major environmental project requiring financial support. Number 8, newsletters. 3 newsletters have been mailed to the network members since 2020. The newsletters inform the members of ongoing activities, coming events, and contact information. Obviously, they have had an impact on the number of new members as well. The newsletters remain thus an important information channel aside with the more common social media today. Finally, to the legal status, fiscal status of the network. Basran is a network where membership is free of charge. One does not have to be from Rotary Zones 15, 17, 18 to join the network. To coordinate activities in the 9 Baltic Sea countries, a board has been set. The board is aiming to have representatives from each of the 9 countries. The chair, secretariat, and the membership in the board should be rotating according to the plans made for the working order. An annual member meeting will be held yearly in October for members to participate and receive information. The board will present annual report and action plan for the incoming year at these annual meetings. So far, the network has no budget or expenses from its function. Any activities implemented have been covered by local Rotary support. This is in line with other Rotary affiliated groups or organizations which do not receive financial support from RI and must cover the expenses by some other means. Dear friends, Mr. Chairman, this concludes the annual report of the year 2020-2021 for the Baltic Sea Regional Action Network of Rotary Zones 15, 17, and 18. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ilkka. Thank you for going through this. So I think we will take all the discussion after we go also through the action plan, because idea is that these 2 things, what has been done and what is going to be done in the coming year. It's just like a continuous process, so it may then be better to talk like that. But just one comment on to be sure that we get all the names who are participating this meeting. I forgot to say in the beginning, so please put there in the chat or send by email to Hannele. Hannele, you can once more put your email address in their chat so that your name and Rotary Club and maybe Rotary district so that we can then better get where people are from and so.
I'm sure the name is enough because we already have the list.
Okay, you have the list.
Yes, but the names.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Yes, but be sure because maybe for some persons they might be not using their own internet connection or had the full name in there. So please do that. So I think we will then continue. I just say in this connection one point which actually maybe some of you have been wondering. So our name is Basran, but if you looked, I mean our first, I mean like what so that we call Baltic Sea Action Network. So and Ilkka was using in just when he concluded that Baltic Sea Regional Action Network. So just to mention that Rotary International is very strict in using the name Rotary in the projects or initiatives which are not official organization of Rotary International, and therefore we needed call us not Baltic Sea Rotary Action Network, but because this word Basran is just established term, so we are regional action network and present in 3 different districts, 15, 17 and 18. This is just to clarify so that if somebody is asking why this word Rotary is not appearing anymore in the name of Basran, but this R is now for regional. But we are Rotary. In our logo, we have Rotary logo and the word Rotary. But Rotary Baltic Sea Action Network. It's just to clarify, so that if you will be asked that question, so why it is so. But now we continue and Mark, I ask you just summarize the action plan, what has been planned for coming years. So please Mark, and Mark is member of Basran board as well. So
thank you, Pentti. That's a very good start. I have a question about this regional as against Rotary. Do you think that may give us some problems with the global grant application, with an upcoming global grant application, if we're not called Rotary Action Network?
No, because we are Rotary Baltic Sea Action Network. So it's in that meaning. So it is, we are still Rotarians. It's just reformulating the name and maybe it had been difficult to get the global grant if we had been using this word Rotary in our name. So it was just their communications or public image responsible who just reminded us how this word Rotary should be used. But Ilkka, please, you have a comment.
Just to comment to Mark's question, it will not be a difficult thing because it always needs to have 2 districts to apply, the host and the national district. There's nothing to do with the actual group when we find out a global grant. application, which is, just between two districts, 2 or more districts.
Yes.
So
Basran will not apply it because global grants is defined so that 2 districts from 2 different countries.
Yes.
So networks like Basran are not eligible to apply funds. Basran is the context when something will be done, but I mean to undersign those agreements. So it's always between the districts.
Okay, so it's 2 clubs from different countries that have to apply.
Or districts.
Or districts, yes.
Yes. Whichever, but it is always needed to be signed by the district.
Mm-hmm.
But it can be district or club, but also district need to be involved.
Good.
But Mark, please.
All right.
Take your
Can I ask
presentation.
Hanel to put this on the screen, or should I try and screen share it? It's that page of Basran Action Plan 2022.
Can you? Okay, Hanel is doing it. Okay.
Thank you. So I've only written this in a very shortened form because I know we're always short on time and I would like to have some discussion at the end of this. But we obviously, I think that's an excellent report. Thank you, Ilka. It really reminds me of all the great work that you've done over the last 2 years, because when I met you in Hamburg 2 years ago, we were just beginning, and it's been a very exciting growth cycle, and you've summed it up very well. Thank you. I intend to, well, I think the action plan for the year 22 should continue with Basran's regular webinars featuring scientific and research institutions, because this, I think, is the key to our institution being so unique. We're actually getting the scientific knowledge in a specific area which can be defined, and having this scientific knowledge spread to the public in a easy and acceptable way that people can understand. I think this is the key to our success. Make people aware that this is not just a wish list. This is backed up by scientific knowledge and scientific experience. I would also plan to retain our experienced current moderator for continuity, at least at the beginning, because I still need to know all the members a bit better, and also your partner institutions. The partner institutions are key to our success for the future. I think we should invite new districts and clubs to join Basran. And as our friends suggested, we should actually present at district conferences. And I'm very happy to say that at our district conference, which is running at this very moment, in addition to my Rotaractor genius, he's a really fantastic guy at presenting. We are also going to be mentioned by our district director, our zone director, VP Honkala. She will mention our activities as well, because she is taking part in our district conference as we speak. But I think we should invite new districts and new clubs, and that should be part of our agenda for the next year. Ecology and infrastructure tours for students and families. We should also encourage this. This has been mentioned by a number of speakers. To raise awareness, you've got to be hands-on. We can talk about this, we can do webinars, etc. But I think we have to have people going on tours and appreciate the environment that we are trying to maintain, and also to see the infrastructure which is already operating and what can be improved. That's why in Poland, we've already started tours of water treatment plants, which I find quite interesting, because we don't normally visit those sorts of places when we're on holidays and where we're taking our children to different points of interest. You don't think of water treatment plants, but yet they are such an important part of our life cycle. If we don't get it right at the end, our whole environment gets very, very seriously damaged. So those tours should be continued, and we're doing this in Poland already, as I showed in my previous presentation. I think it's good to get students involved in essay competitions, to write under whatever title you wish in your own country. Why is the Baltic so important? Or why is the Baltic such a beautiful place? We should be highlighting the benefits, the beauty of this place, because if we just talk about the problems, people will start to get upset and disinterested. So I think we should have student competitions for writing stories, essays that highlight the good things about the Baltic, because it is a part of our lives, especially if we live within 100 kilometers of the coast. It's really having an impact on our everyday existence. Another function we should be getting involved with is cleaning up beaches and reinforcing and stabilizing coastal green zones. And I think Rotaractors will be really good at this, especially if they then take local schools, students from local institutions to take part in this as well. Not all of the coastline is a hard, rocky landscape. Much of it is soft, whether it's sand dunes, grass, or whatever. But the evidence I have gathered in Poland is that the coast is retreating at 1 to 2 meters per year in those soft coastline areas. So we should be cleaning up those areas to maintain the vegetation that's there, which reinforces the sand dunes. We should also be getting involved with local governments, local institutions in reinforcing and stabilizing those areas, because if they're soft and they are not stabilized, they will deteriorate and move back, and eventually the coastline will be much further back, and some areas will will go underwater, as is the case with our beautiful sand spits, of which we have 2 enormous sand spits which are constantly degrading, and the Hel Peninsula is going to split into 3 or 4 islands within the next 15 to 20 years if we don't maintain the coastline in some sort of constant state by those activities. Number 6 is reducing excessive runoff of nutrients and toxic substances into the sea. As we have heard from a number of speakers, more than 20%, some are saying it's now more than 25% of the Baltic bottom is already dead. But it's not too late. This can be restored, and I was very pleased to hear from the speakers today some of the methods. The wetlands I of course knew about, but you have to remind yourself when you're speaking to others to create new wetland areas which will reabsorb some of the toxins and will clean up the water before it goes into the ocean. That's very important. So we have to reduce this excessive runoff. Building wetlands or creating new wetlands is very important. We have to also discuss with the scientific institutions what else we can do, because over the years this will grow more and more. There also have to be educational campaigns by the local government institutions to educate the farmers and to assist them, whether it's with subsidies or equipment, about how to run their farms with less of the toxic materials, because some of the superphosphates and the fertilizers have too many chemicals in them. They should be using ecologically friendly chemicals, ecologically friendly fertilizers, if that's possible. So let's work on this excessive runoff of nutrients and toxic substances. Webinars on these topics connecting Rotarians, Rotaractors, who are very excited about this because it's really their future we're talking about. Our members who are now 18 to 30 years of age, and even interactors who are even younger, they are all very interested in this, and they are all very keen to get involved in projects. In Poland, I'm having a very positive reaction because it's something that I can immediately understand and I can relate to, and I know that it's going to take years, but we have to start as soon as possible. So we have to have webinars on these topics, which will connect Rotarians, Rotaractors, and the general public. We have to create an inspiring art exhibition. I think this is something that we can all do together. I'm going to start this in Poland, in the area that I have inspected, and I have spoken to the local authorities. We have to focus on the beauty of this area. This is not just, on the one hand, I'm very happy about the phrase, this is a badly working toilet. Well, that's a very dramatic statement. I prefer to not focus on this too much, even though it brings a lot of attention. I would like to present the beauty of the Baltic Sea, because coming from Australia, I always loved the sea, and I didn't think that I would find so much beauty on the Baltic coastline, where there are beautiful beaches and beautiful sand dunes and reasonably clean water so far. And I think we should be presenting this with beautiful photos, sketches, paintings by local artists, who will then get the local community to really appreciate what a beautiful part of the world they live in. And of course, information panels about caring for the sea, about what we should be doing. So this will be another action plan that I'd like to implement in the next 12 months. We already have a lot of people interested in this. A number of hotels are giving us free space for a matter of a month or longer. I think until the COVID situation really settles down, we will do this exhibition in a virtual format via the internet, as we've done today. I've just shown a few photos today just to get people interested. But then we will combine with artists from other Basran countries to make it a larger exhibition and make it a traveling exhibition. So we go to one country, then we take this exhibition to another country, and we all appreciate the beautiful seascapes and landscapes that we have in our own country, plus what our neighbors have, because it's really our own common jewel that we all have to care for. It's not just one country or another. We all have to look at this together as a total project for all of us, for the benefit of all the 9, in fact, probably 10 countries now, if Denmark joins us, because they're on the edge of our Baltic basin, but they are very interested. I've had a lot of questions about this, and they really want to join. Their clubs want to have a topic that they can really relate to, which is close at hand. I think the action plan should include regional water festivals, in addition to Rotary's Water Day, which is in March. We will be showing at these festivals how we can look after our beaches, after our coastline, and also about saving water, because the more we wash out the ocean from the land area, from the land side, the more damage we're going to cause. So we should be saving water, because that also means that we are not using as much power, electricity, to pump water back up after it's gone to the ocean. So let's be careful with our water usage. I've got a short film clip I will present at the next meeting, which is in English. It's a very happy introduction to how we can save 70 to 80% of our water that we use every day, simply because we are not concentrating on being careful with it. So this will be part of the regional water festivals, which we intend to run in Poland, and I hope we'll be doing this all over the Baltic Basin. We want to culminate with this music festival, which you saw a single picture of, a music, information, and eco festival on the Baltic coast in September 22. This will be an entertainment and information festival, which will both motivate people, inspire them, get them excited, and also present some good music. It's been done before, not on the coast, but we've done it in the middle of Poland, and it really is bringing a lot of attention. People are asking a lot of questions. We are responsible for our future. We can't just wait on governments to do it for us, because if we don't pressure them, they will go very slowly. So I think all these information gathering and motivational activities are very important for us to present. We don't want to upset anybody, of course, but we've got to bring this front and center for everybody to be aware that the environment is for all of us to survive in the best possible lifestyle that we can. If we don't look after this, it's not going to fix itself. There are too many people in the world, and there are too many people around the Baltic Basin if we don't take care with what we do in the future. National television, when they ran this festival before the pandemic, had a viewing audience of 1.5 million people. It probably will be the same sort of size when we do the festival next time on the Baltic coast, probably in Mielno, where they've already allowed space for us to do this next year. It'll take that long to get it all organized, to find sponsors, to raise funds, but the good intention is already there, and we have promises from various local institutions around the area which we're doing first, which is the Mielno Kołobrzeg. Very difficult names for people who are not Polish, but they are beautiful parts of Poland which are not overdeveloped yet, but they're getting to a point of overburden. So it's important that we do this in this area, because this area is very receptive to management change and improvement. Now, the management goals, I just wanted to mention, as Pentti has said before, we want to maintain free membership, I think, because otherwise it becomes complicated in terms of administration. Some people get a bit worried, oh, do I want to pay money? I think it's got to be a voluntary organization where we are doing things without fees, and then more people get involved. I also propose that Basran board should meet 4 times per year, at least, but at least that often. I think we should prepare for the House of Friendship for Iceland for September 22, because the House of Friendship really works in those smaller conferences. The Rotary Institute is such a conference. It worked very well in Prague and in the Czech Republic, where we were only 2 weeks ago. Very successful because you have enough time to look at every display. If you have 300 displays at a Rotary convention, international convention, it's a bit hard to find what you're looking for, but it's also interesting. But here you can talk to the people. There's always time to talk to potential members, to explain what Basran is doing. I think it's important to have another one in Iceland, of course. I also would like to continue the Basran newsletter, because that's a great way to disseminate information. When you've got something lying on your desk or in your office, you can refer to it quite often. You can go back to it at any time. I love the internet because it's so fast and easy, but I think that when you are featuring things that are going to last for many years, it's nice to have a printed copy of this, and so the newsletter can be drawn down from the internet and you can print it out, and I think it's worth having that. So that's my action plan in very brief summary. We will develop this after this meeting, but that's the broad plan for the next year.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you for a very good overview on what has been planned for the year. And I think I open now discussion for I mean, both what has been done during the past years, what Ilkka was I mean telling
Sorry,
the coming year.
We lose your voice when you turn your head to the left.
Sorry. So that I opened the discussion now for the previous year, what Ilkka did present, and then for the plans for coming year, what Mark highlighted, and so please just give comments and ideas and how you feel. Is this how we would like to proceed, and reflections for the past 2 years?
Yes, please turn your microphone on.
Peter and Guye.
Okay, Peter, please. Peter, just put your mic on. Put your right now.
I have a mic on now.
Yes, now it's on. Now, please.
Thank you very much for making this webinar and the meeting afterwards. It's my first time in this forum, and I met you, Pentti and Mark, in Prague. And from a Dane perspective, we are absolutely very interested into be involved. And I know we have been invited, but we have not reacted the proper way properly. As you see, we are 2 members from Denmark today. Alexander and I are here today, and we are also talked about our how we are together here today. I'm representing the Danish district 1470, and Alexander is representing the district 1418, and we both have coastlines out to the Baltic Sea, so it's very natural for us. The district 1480 is placed in the south end of Denmark, and my district is at the Bornholm area. We have 2 Rotary clubs at Bornholm Island, north of Poland. And that is absolutely in the center of the Baltic Sea. And they are interested to be involved. I don't know why we haven't reacted in the proper way before, but we absolutely like to do that now. Thank you very much for the years gone. And of course, it has been difficult to do it in the 2 years that have been. So we've all been stuck by the COVID. But the action plan just presented by you, Mark, is very ambitious and looks absolutely good. And I believe that it's both ambitious and possible to follow. What I have to say here is that we are very much interested, both from Alexander and I, to be involved into this Basran area.
Okay, great. Thank you, Pederion. And Kuye, was it Kuye? Next.
Microphone. Mike.
Can I just make a comment, please?
Okay.
If John, if you could, Peder, if you could write a note to Hanel, so we have confirmation of people who are getting involved. Hanel, would you be able to do this? To keep a list of people who are coming in. It's very good that Denmark is joining us, because I was always impressed with what you've done with Lithuania, how you grew their numbers. And I'm sure that you are so active and so constructive that I'm sure you will be of great benefit to the Baltic Sea and to Basran.
Definitely.
I'd like to add, and I'll do that in a short time, but what I'd like to add that I will prefer that we have one of our clubs at Bornholm involved. And I have a name, just talked with him, both him and his club president, and they are ready to be involved. So I will give that name to Haneli too. Haneli already have my point of contact, but I will give the name to Haneli too of this Klaus.
Yes, please.
Excellent, Pederion. So Kuye, now please you, and then Martin.
Yes, I would like to start in presenting myself. I'm also new in this group. And my name is Gunne-Marie Axelsson. My nickname is Guye. I was the district governor in District 2370 in Sweden when we have started our district committee for Save the Baltic Sea or Rädda Östersjön, which Tommy, as you know, is responsible for. And Tommy has been represented in Basran for 2 years. Tommy, I think it's a good idea to present what we are planning to do in March. What do you think?
To present what we are planning to do in March?
In March, yes.
So please, Kuye.
You know what I mean? Every year, not last year because it was the pandemic, but every year there is a big exhibition in Stockholm at Stockholm Fair or Älvsjö Fair called Allt för sjön, all for the sea, or all for the lake. And there are 70,000 visitors.
Wow.
So we have already booked a stand. So we will have a stand at this fair. And it's from March 11 to March 20. And it's a jubilee, 100 years jubilee, so it will be a little bit special. So I can come back, but we have booked a stand in order to get the best stand at this fair, and we will be there.
Excellent.
Wonderful, thank you.
So
I can also tell another thing. In August 17, perhaps you would like to tell, I don't know. Have you told about our Briggen 3 Kronor sailing? Have you heard about that we have arranged 2 sail trips with Briggen 3 Kronor?
Yeah. But what is special August 17?
Yes, but it will be presented in Rotary Norden, the next issue. Yes, most important is this fair in March, because I think we can also highlight Basran in our stand.
Yes, that would be great.
I can also tell that last week we had a reunion with 10 district governors during 2019 to 20 was invited to Stockholm. And it was arranged by me and my colleague in 2350, Anders Johansson. And we had a program during 3 days, and we took them to the Baltic Sea Science Center at Skansen in order to convince them to start the same as we have done in our district in Sweden. So we are working with the whole country.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Guye. So you said that this is first time to be you in this forum, but I mean, I have known you an extremely involved and active person in these Baltic Sea issues. Maybe many others, but from that I have known you, and you really have been participating in these discussions on how we should go forward, and you have been really heavily pushing things forward. So, okay, great, those ideas. So Martin, and then Hans.
Excuse me, I did not put my hands up.
Okay, right, it was an old hand then probably, yes. Okay, so Hans, please.
Yeah. Okay, I'm also in District 2370, and we are 5 Rotary clubs cooperating on a school project. And they are the 3 clubs of Nyköping, the club of Oxelösund, and of Trosa. And we also cooperate with the United Nations Association local group in Nyköping. So we are 6 partners. And we have invited all schools or school children in our region with children in grades 4, 5, and 6. So the age is from 11 to 13. They are invited or challenged to make posters with the topic of the Baltic Sea and the situation in the sea, and suggestions of what one can do to contribute to a more healthy environment for the sea. So they are working with this in the schools, and they study materials, and we can come and support them as Rotarians and take them out on excursions and things. And then all these posters that they contribute will be put up publicly in the 3 communities, so Nyköping, Oxelösund, and Trosa, during the spring, when the work has been done in the autumn now. And then the posters that we find are most inspiring or challenging or whatever, or attract most interest, the creators behind these posters, we will take on a tour to Stockholm Skansen, to the Baltic Sea Science Center, which is absolutely amazing. Many of you have been there and you've seen it. And if they prefer to go to Stendörren Naturum, which is a spot outside Nyköping in the archipelago, and go paddling or hiking or having activities on the seafront with competitions and things, we can do that also. This is as a kind of rewarding school classes and students who show interest in the Baltic Sea. And all principals and have been invited to participate. We have already some schools who have given response and say they will work on this. And by the end of the spring, we will see the result of all this. So we think this is spreading. Even the parents get involved, and of course the public, when they see all these materials from the students. And to work with the young people in schools, that is really to work for the future generation, who will take responsibility and learn about how serious this is, and with the connections to the climate and the general environment. Everything is connected one way or another. And so I'll stop there.
There could be future interactors as well.
Absolutely.
It exposes the world to Rotary. That's great.
Okay, great. Hans, you have good. I have always known that you are very active in Sweden, and it's good to learn to know more and more of those activities, and so. But great. Is there any other points which would be like to raise now concerning the plans?
Can I ask you, Hanel, are you able to look after some notes for this? I'm taking some notes myself, but I'm not catching it all. Will you be doing some sort of minutes or summary of this?
Yes, and the meeting is recorded all the time.
Good.
Yeah, and also the chat part will be saved for future needs.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay. So we will get those. Ilkka, you wanted to say something?
I just said okay.
Okay, right. That's good. So because it's a lot of important points raised, so that they can be just then put on paper to remember. So is there any? So we have been now discussing about 54 minutes, and then we have mainly this part of these nominations for the board to go, because as I think it was mentioned in the beginning, that the board membership has not been so formally, how to say, structured, and the most of board members has, from historical reasons, come from Finland. And once the Basran is going to take now a step forward, it means that all the countries should be more or less from equal base, so that really Basran would be a joint initiative with all Baltic Sea countries, and then this Basran board would be kind of, how to say, coordinating and managing board of activities done in Rotary world related to the Baltic Sea. And as Mark presented in his plan, so idea is that there will be those action committees, several action committees, which then will be decided within the Basran board, which will be activated first and which are coming later. And the idea is that much of the work will be done on those action committees. So then the board will be discussing then later how this structure will be done, but that will be more at two levels. So this coordination body, the board, which is the main idea, is exchange information between the countries and this general coordination of things, and then these action committees, which really are tackling actual problems and challenges, and doing the actual work, and then bringing this information for the whole Basran community. So this is just the aim, what has been now discussed within Basran, how probably the future would be. And now I think if we continue on this point, So there are now a proposal what we within the board have discussed. I don't know, Hannele, if you just can.
Yes, I can share it.
Yes. So to show what has been discussed at the moment for just so that as Ilkka mentioned in the annual report, the idea is that this rotation would take. Now Finland has been in charge for 2 years, and now Finland should step a little bit aside, and somebody else should be leading this. And it has been discussed that the next chair would come from Poland, and Mark Krawczynski has been very active in these issues, and we feel that Mark would be excellent chairman for the coming, say, 2 years. So we have been discussing also that rather we should work in 2 years intervals than in 1 year intervals, because 1 year is going too fast, but the general idea has been so. And then, as was mentioned, ESRAC is extremely important partner to Basran, and we have very close cooperation. And Ludwig Kalthoff is chairman of ESRAC Europe, and he has agreed that if we ask him to be a member of our board. Unfortunately, he was not able to join us today because he had other commitments. So we would have a representative from ESRAC. So even though he is from Germany, so maybe we should change the order. So he is ESRAC representative, but he happens to come from Germany. So that he is not a German representative, but ESRAC representative. And then Martin, he has already come on board with Basran just last summer. So actually just a newcomer in the board. So we feel that Martin, it would be good that Martin would continue in the board. And then as mentioned, Guye has been, Gunmari has been very active in supporting these activities and connections to Basran. So we feel that she would be very, very good person to continue from Swedish side, and it has been Tommy Lekenmyr has been the Swedish member during the past year and a little bit more. And so I think it was discussed that maybe Guye could take the next phase responsibility. And from Estonia, Ulf Rosén has been Estonian member, and he would continue. And then from Finland, there would be Hannele Kauranen and Ilkka Torstila, who have taken the main burden of actual work during the past year. They have been secretaries for Basran and done the real work. And because of continuity, it would be good that Hannele and Ilkka would continue in the board to support, so that there will be no gap in changing the information. And then we come to Denmark, which was already discussed, and Jan Peder Jon was just mentioning the points that Peder Jon we have been discussing with him, and Bornholm, like he mentioned, is ideally situated concerning the Baltic Sea. so that but I think there has not been so much time to discuss among Denmark or Danish Rotarians of this issue. So I do not know, Per-Jon, you can just once more comment on this point that because you mentioned also Alexander, who is present in here, and there's also some other name just come in the discussion, but it is extremely important to have Denmark in the board, because we all know these activities, or how active Danish Rotarians are doing things. So at the moment from Latvia, we do not know such person who could come. And from Lithuania, we have Vigintis Greenis at this webinar and member meeting with us. I do not know if Vigintis is willing and would be the Lithuanian representative in our board, so that can be discussed. And then in Russia, we have been discussing this issue, and they were asked to contribute in some project also, so in showcase, but unfortunately due to various reasons this could not be done this time. But they said that they are very keen on to be working with the Basran, and I hope that in future we will have also a member of Russia in the board. But more or less this would be a kind of idea how we would see that the board would be formed. So what kind of reflections, I mean, this is giving to you? So please give your reflections.
Good everybody. Could I talk a little bit?
Yes, please.
Yeah, Vigintas Grinis. I'm past district governor from the district 1462.
Yes.
And I just observing your activities during the Hamburg Convention, because our stand was very close to your stand, and I was also in Prague Rotary Institute just 2 weeks ago, and also was observing what you're doing, and because decided to participate today in the meeting.
Excellent.
I am very surprised that nobody from Lithuania is participating, because we have very active clubs in the Klaipėda area, which is, they have 5-6 clubs in this area of the Baltic Sea, and they organizing the local projects like cleaning the rivers coming to the coastal part of the Baltic Sea, so they could add the activities what you were talking today about. My personal interest is in the global grants, because I have the practice with the multi-district global grant participation, because I was asking what about the idea to present the global grant. But in the few weeks we have the district meeting, the conference in our capital city, Vilnius. So I could raise the problem, and I would try to find the person from Klaipėda area. We have already 2 past district governors from this area in our district. So maybe I will succeed to find the person who could join your activities. Yeah. So thanks for attention. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Vigintis. So okay, I think this is the best. So that in few weeks' time you come back to the Basran and then tell us who would be Lithuanian representative in Basran, and we are very glad that you are now participating in this meeting, and we very much welcome Lithuanian to Basran board to and then hopefully get involved in those global grants what we are going to going to form in coming near future.
I have a question. I can raise my hand live.
Yes, Birgitta.
Yes, I'm from the district 2350 and past president in Djursholm Rotary Club. And my question is there anybody from the Scandinavian countries participating in the Glasgow Climate Conference?
Anybody knowing?
Pardon?
I'm just asking that anybody knowing. I do not know.
No.
I don't know either.
I think Karen will be definitely there. Karen Kendrick Hands, who's the chair of ESRAG, and I think there may be other people from ESRAG going, but don't know if Basran is going to be represented. No. At those conferences, we really don't have an active role. We are just observers.
Okay.
Rotarians. We don't actually take part in the principal committees which are setting the agenda, and there are so many people involved. I must admit, it's a huge conference. When they ran it in Poland here 2 years ago, it used to take three quarters of an hour just for people to enter the hall, and they were in different groups because some were able to take part in the agenda or to form the agenda, to make the notes and the minutes, to draw the conclusions, and then there was a review at the end of it, and a lot of it was rejected. I'm hoping that this time, because it's Glasgow, it's a bit smaller. I'm hoping that it's going to be a bit more direct, because these conferences are getting to be enormous organizations, and sometimes you don't even get to say anything. Even the people in the second group don't get to say anything. So I'm sure that apart from Karen and Larry, there will be other people from ESRAG who are going. If somebody could represent us, that would be nice, but you wouldn't get much of a say. You'd be just watching, and you will get all the reports every day. And Karen has promised to do a blog every day to summarize what they had discussed and what conclusions they had reached, which were not rejected. It's a lot of toing and froing. There's a lot of discussion, a lot of counter arguments, and a lot of conclusions which are then rejected. And there's a brief summary, which unfortunately throws out about 95% of what was discussed. That's a bit frustrating, but Karen has promised that she will do a summary of every day of what happened and what was finally concluded. So it may be enough that we watch from that summary, we read what they did.
Birgitta, are you going to Glasgow?
I'm not going.
Okay.
But I would say my son is going. He's the chair of the ocean race around the world. So they will be sailing from Alicante up to Glasgow, because their next sailing around the world starting next year is to clean the oceans. That's the purpose.
Very good. Congratulations.
Okay. Yeah.
Well done.
Okay, great. So thank you, Birgitta. So how about now? I mean, now we should conclude this. So yeah, Peder-Jon, you were just saying on behalf of Denmark, and I think you are. I mean, I know that we have been discussing on this issue with you, but I mean, if the situation is at the moment, if it is already how to say settled, or will you, what you think that the Danish member in the board, do you want still to continue discussion within I mean your I mean colleagues in Denmark? How you feel?
Thank you, Pentti. Yes, I have just reported the name I mentioned to Hannele, but thank you for giving us the opportunity to make confirmation for that, because we are 2 districts involved, and of course I'd like to have both districts to say yes, we agree with the involvement from Bornholm, and there too I hope we will be more represented, not in the board, but we can be represented in the network works.
Yes.
at more persons from both districts.
Excellent. Yes. So
I will
please.
confirm. I will confirm the name I have reported to Henry.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So and as it was said, that it is important that we have a name in the board. I mean, from each country to know to whom to contact, because then once we are, building those action committees, so it is important that in those committees which do the actual work, there will be right persons, and so that we would then, through this network, to know such persons and where to find those persons. So that's actually the main issue. So but you will come to confirm these.
And here to be reestablished a group in Denmark, being a group working with this issue.
Excellent.
Great.
Thank you.
Just
Yeah.
great.
So any other
And
comments?
what about Latvia?
We do not have anybody from Latvia, I understand. Okay. Or is here anybody from Latvia? I do not know.
No one from Latvia, no. No one?
No.
Yeah, maybe
But,
later on.
Yes, we will wait and hope. And also they promised in Russia that they will discuss that issue and hope them to have representative in later. But if this is now discussed, and we agree that the new board would be in here, and now Mark would take the chairmanship. So I think we can conclude this point and congratulate new members, and particularly congratulate Mark of taking the charge in chairing Basran, and we are convinced that with your excellent networks and new ideas what you will bring in Basran, we will really make good steps forward. And of course, those persons who have been in the board and are not in the board anymore, we will stay close to Basran work and have then maybe different roles and taking our inputs in certain action committees or other activities. So is there any other points which anybody would like to raise now before we close the meeting?
A very minor point. My name is very difficult for people who are not Polish, but the letter after Z is Y.
Yeah.
So there's a spelling correction in the name. And the last letter is I. After K, it's I.
So letters were correct, but the order was wrong.
That's right. Exactly.
I'm sorry, Mark. I should have known because I have studied some Polish many years ago.
I'll tell you a funny anecdote. In Australia, I used to spell my name at least 20 times every day.
Yeah.
Finally, I got to a point where I said, I'm going to change my name to Smith, because everybody can write this straight away.
Yeah.
And all my friends got so upset. They said, it took us 20 years to learn your name. Don't change it now.
Yeah. So unfortunately, foreign language and especially Polish language seems to be very difficult in writing. But I think we will learn your name correctly during the coming years. So.
Thank you.
So I think from my behalf, I thank all the colleagues being with us and taking the contribution what you have taken. So it has really been a great honor to and joy also to be in this work. And definitely I'm not going to step very far, but try rather to be supporting those activities which the new board is to take. So thank you for everybody, and I think we can now close the meeting and wish the best success to Mark and the new board. So thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Have a nice
Okay.
weekend.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Okei, siinä se nyt sitten oli.